Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023 Summer. And my name's Contract. Here with me is Sir Clout. We're gonna have a whopping good time here as we are already approaching the grand finals.
We'll be watching the best of the best teams with each other after the group stages and after the LCQ, and now we have the best top 16 that we'll be playing for 5 days, and we'll see who will be crowned the champions by the end of the 5 days. And we also have a little bit of a change on our overlay. Before this it was like all purple, but today it's like all white.
I do love the change of environment, and I do believe that the environment will be pretty much tense for the top 16 teams that have already made it here after so many grueling weeks of playing through those group stages and finally here. Even after the last chance qualifiers, we even have to say goodbye to some of all these teams that did not make the cut. And of course, we're going to give you guys the overview of what's to come, and of course, we'll unveil to you the teams that are playing as well.
Yes, so of course we'll talk about the prize for later, as we mentioned about the overview. So the overview started from last week, whereby we played the group stages, and that's completed. The last chance qualifier is completed, and now we are on day number 1 on the grand final stage, starting from today until Sunday.
That's right, and they just gotta hit the ground running and accumulate as many points as possible. And how exactly to do that? Of course, for those who are new to the PUBG esports circuit, there are multiple ways that they can accrue as many points as possible. So before we even get to that, let's also take a look at the format as well after the group stages as well as the last chance qualifier has passed. So of course we'll just recap a little bit of that, where all these teams were divided into each respective groups back in the group stages with 24 teams, and then later on we've only found ourselves at 8 teams, and the rest of them will have to play through the LCQ stage, which we have been able to select the final 8 as well from the LCQ. And here we are in the grand finals, where we will have our best 16 teams.
Yep, 5 days, 25 matches, meaning 5 matches in a day that will be played before we crown the champions, and who will take home the maximum portion of the prize pool. And out of the 16 teams, we actually have all Thai teams actually qualify. But before we talk a little bit more about the teams, here are our overview point system. We will be playing with the 10 point system, winner chicken dinner, and this will be the format that will be aligned throughout globally.
Yeah, and I do love, ever since that the super rule was implemented, you see a lot more teams being a lot more proactive when it comes down to accumulating points via kill points, where every single point that you actually get out of that could potentially get you even more out of what you could accrue from placement points, and sometimes even more, even if you bow out in between those spots that they will be in. So with that being said, you will add up both the placement points as well as the kill points together to make it the match points, and of course we will then tabulate it throughout each respective match.
And here it is, the prize pool. The winner at the end of 5 days will bring home $20,000 US, followed by the second place $15,000 US, third place $8,000 US. Of course, we're going to focus on the 20,000 up to the 2,000, because the others, for the 1,000 prize pool bracket, they have all been eliminated through the LCQ stages. So this will be the tier that these teams will be eyeing for. So even though, like, let's say they are at some point of the game or at some point of the matches, they are like too far away from getting the champion, they can still eye for a bigger prize pool because it's tiered differently based on their placement.
That's right, and after so many weeks of hard work, they definitely want to lease back as much as they could get. And here are your grand finalists. Let's start off from the top, where we have the Expendables, Q Confirm, Day Trade Gaming, Genius Esports, Cerberus Esports, E-Arena, made in Thailand, as well as Archangel Predator. Of course, mainly, most of these teams are from Southeast Asia.
Yeah, they are, and it's dominated by Thailand. All Thai teams basically got through all the stages before this, and now are in the grand final, so they are showing why they are still the powerhouses of PUBG around. And besides that as well, not to forget the Vietnamese teams are around as well. We got like 5 Vietnamese teams in the grand finals, mixed up by teams from the Japanese teams, the Indonesian teams as well. So it's a good mix here, but we can see there are two countries basically still a big powerhouse in the PUBG scene.
That's right, and of course, on top of all these teams out of Thailand as well as Vietnam, we do see Enter Force 36 to be able to make the cut alongside with GX, which has been the household name for many years, ever since they've been able to even qualify themselves into the PGCs. But of course, today's match schedules are right before our eyes, and we'll be starting off inside Miramar, and then in between, Taego. I've been pretty excited to actually get to cast this one, and then we go back to Classic Erangel later on.
Yeah, so this has been the same format or the same sequence of maps since the start of this tournament. So nothing has changed in terms of the sequence of maps, and even like for you guys watching at home as well, if you've followed through, you know when our break times will be after the first two games and after the second set of two games, and then we will just go all the way to end the last map, and so on and so forth. So that will be pretty much how our schedule is. So you guys at home can plan your personal break times as well in between games, so you don't miss out on the action. And of course, Taego. Small map, very exciting, and the best part is that for Taego, we've only played like a handful of games inside of Taego for this tournament. So it's still like a kind of like a wild card map whereby teams might not necessarily know what's going to happen inside of there, or how teams are going to react based on certain circles.
That's true, and what I really feel about Taego ever since it was being introduced, a couple of years ago, it has not been in the competitive circuit for some time, and finally with it being on the pool, it really feels like a mixture of Sanhok as well as Erangel. But of course, we take a look at some of the action that we had from the past week, where we have teams like E-Arena as well as Made in Thailand really popping off.
Yeah, E-Arena as well, they did really, really well. But one of the other highlights I would say that is the Expendables and Two Confirmed. They got, they flew by. Basically, these two teams, they flew by the group stages. The only two teams with 3-digit total points collected. And one is from Vietnam, one is from Thailand. So they're definitely looking like one of the favorites to actually take this home. But of course, now you're up against the best of the best, so it's going to be a different story. Whereas for the LCQ stage, we still got AAA, we still got Purple Moon Esports, hailing from Thailand, just making it through. So that pretty much make up the entire Thailand squad inside of the grand finals. But not to forget as well, NGE and TS, they also made it through as well, the top performers in LCQ. But even though they were the top performers inside LCQ, their points collected were not as much as the Expanders and Q Confirm. But of course, to be fair, they played lesser games. But anyway, it just still shows that they are one of the best teams around and why they qualified to the grand finals.
Certain teams like this actually perform even better under pressure, especially now that they're in the grand finals. I think they've already gone through that form of episode back in the last chance qualifiers, and this is where they'll be able to climb up and give us a little bit more of a Hail Mary attempt. Whereas when we take a look back in the group stages, you have teams like the Expendables that have been wreaking havoc rounds after rounds, and I believe they would still be one of the top contenders out there, though they may have actually taken a couple of days of break. And I really want to see what else will be brought on top of the table. Whereas, like you said, NGE, they definitely did put on quite the showing back in the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, NGE, they are the top performers. And also you kind of think about it, right? The NGE, they were number one in the last chance qualifiers, but when it came to the group stages before the last chance qualifiers, they were just on the outside of the group stage qualifiers. So they were like number 9 that time. And basically they still perform pretty much fairly consistently between the two formats of the two groups. And speaking about NGE, here they are, the number 1 team of the LCQ stage.
Yeah, and just look at that. On the LCQ stage itself, they've been able to rack up a total of 67 kills. And if they could actually do this again throughout the upcoming 5 days of work that they will have to go through of 25 maps, then you could basically use the statistics to tell that this team is really up for the challenge against those back in the group stages that were above them in general. And I just really want to see how do they actually match up right now when we see players like Fab really racking up many of all these kill points as well. So he'll be one of the players to watch this time around.
Oh, this is another interesting one. T5, basically they went neck to neck with NGE during the LCQ stages. And for T5, they have one of the top performers. In fact, the last time we saw the top individual players with the highest kill count, 2 of them were from T5. So they are showing that they have a lot of firepower in them. They got 50 kills during the group stages, and look at the amount of damage. It's just 8,000 each as compared to the previous one was like what, 11,000 something for NGE, but they got like 60-ish, 67 kills. But if we kind of look at the ratio, T5 was pretty much efficient in terms of how they secure those kills. Maybe they went for the steal from afar or something like that, or they're smart in stealing the kills away. But at the end of the day, is what matters is the kills, right? The damage doesn't really matter.
Yeah, overall, we see a lot of all these teams being very proactive, and I think now that we have the best 16 teams possible, it's really going to be a no-holds-barred situation where we will see many of all these teams actually are gunning out for some really early frags if they can. But then again, it is going to be a little bit more of a risk for them to take, especially to start off a run right now. You want things to be perfect. You want that run to be hitting into every single top 5 scenario if you can. But along the way, I mean, if you're going to go into a map like Miramar, you would expect it to involve a lot of all these long-range exchanges that will happen in between, and like you say, those crossfires, the Turk parties that may actually come in between. It will be quite a tough challenge to kickstart our day here on the first map.
Yeah, this will be a big challenge for especially the LCQ teams, right? Because they'll be meeting again with the best teams from the group stages, and stats don't lie. Like the best teams from the group stages have very, very good stats. Cerberus Esports, another team who qualified directly from the group stages, they are a staple name now within the PUBG scene, and they have experience playing on the global stage as well. So this team will be one of the, I wouldn't say they are clear favorites for now, because in the group stages they qualified by getting themselves into number 5. They are better teams, but because of their experience and how they have performed on the global stages, I think they'll be one of the teams to look out for.
Yeah, and just taking a look at attack all around, just absolutely love their setup. All of them are in their own boot camp, and now getting ready for our very first flight as we will begin our grand finals day 1 journey on our terrain series. We are flying in from the southern plains of Miramar, and this will dissect it right across the middle of the section, which will allow majority of these teams to get to where they need to be.
Yeah, and look, I'm liking the cinematics of the observers. So got to give it to them. I mean, they've been working really hard. I know they had their own rehearsals as well, just to get us the best shots within the game. So looking good so far. I'm really liking how we look at this flight. And speaking of the flight, looks like the flight path is going to be pretty nice. It's going to split between 2 sides of the map now.
Yeah, exactly, and we've already seen some of all these teams dropping very early on. E-Arena decides to cut it across from Los Higos down south, where they will potentially meet up with UV, and there's going to be a lot more challenge up ahead for this team. If they were to move into Chumacera, there will be day trade gaming that they will have to battle through. And we did talk about Cerberus Esports. They immediately start off with a little bit of a casualty. Haisaki, immediately off the parachute, he will be knocked out, and that's going to be Yanku to secure a little bit of damage done, but he's not out just yet.
Ooh, to save Haisaki, I mean, it's still possible because he's on the right side of at least our screen, wherever majority of the Cerberus Esports players are at, and they managed to trade it back and then knock down the AAA. So now they're just going head on. Tycon, he's still looting on the right side of the screen, like what we saw earlier on, and he'll definitely be joining his team very, very soon.
Yeah, and we're already seeing one of them starting off with an AUG, a lethal weapon to begin with. So O2 Skirt has got a lot of damage to dish out, whereas Yanku, he's been very, very careful on this situation because he knows he's not surrounded by his teammates and he will have to tread very lightly. Slowzy now gets that pickup, and they should be able to run with that 4-man squad once again for Cerberus Esports. But as much resources as they can get right now in the early stages of Picado, it will still be very dicey for them to really quickly go in for any form of altercations, whereas we already found a little bit more of a first aid kit for the member that was knocked down from Cerberus Esports, so Haisaki will be able to get back up to 80%. And look at what we have in Northern Circle.
Yeah, this North Circle, let's see. Majority of the teams still on the outside, naturally, because the circle is like way up north, but there are some key areas within this northern side, especially the high grounds on the right side of Crater Hills. I think there'll be one of the key areas for now. So do keep an eye on that. I believe some teams that want to try and take that high ground. But coming back to the fight, looks like it's not ended yet between Cerberus Esports and AAA.
Yeah, a little bit of exchanges across the offices as well. Attacks being fired, and Exclusia is the one that will be knocked out. Whereas I see from the minimap as well, we see a little bit more of a fight between Purple Mood as well as QC. Purple Mood, the final team to qualify from the last chance qualifiers, have been really putting up some massive attacks, I would say, to really halt the progress of Q Confirm. Whereas, damage being done to members of AAA right now, and it doesn't seem like they've been able to actually get out of the shell for now. YM Cut is going to have that MK12 up at the ready. Couldn't really line up the shot against the members, but he spots out Janku as well. He's just being a field sentinel right now to really cover a whole lot of ground for Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, his view is really, really good. In fact, he can also cover the building on the left, whereby the other two members of AAA are there. And interesting enough, like, although it's still like the starting phase, like both teams really don't want to let go of each other. Normally, in this kind of starting phase, we can see pretty much a split inside of Picado. Like both teams can just go their way, but no, they really want to eliminate each other very early. And let's see if that's a backfire to any of these teams.
And there you go, just from the office building once again, and this time around it's coming in from NGE. That out of nowhere gets that really, really nasty shot, whereas members of Attack All Around will actually take this as a good scenario for them to recuperate, and even despite them being split apart on this 2-2 form of formation, it doesn't seem like they will be able to crack the defenses coming in from Cerberus Esports, and the rest of NGE, they're about to join in from the eastern side of the hills.
I wonder if they'll be interested though, because right now the circle is closing. I think if you were NGE, you might as well like focus on getting into the circle instead, since Picado is not in the circle at all. And if you were to join the fight with the timer that is left, you will be risking tanking out the blue while taking the fight.
Yeah, and time is definitely off the essence. Doesn't seem like either side of these two teams that has been in Picado have been able to find themselves any form of vehicles to move about. Of course, there's still a little bit more of a time for them to scavenge for now, whereas we see Starlock and the rest of Enterforce 36 have an easier route. Calls in the chopper, and eventually will be able to bring them directly into the circle. So I guess this is a form of risk to take as well, especially when there are a few teams that are already within the zone.
Yeah, and speaking about like the okay, so that feature is that's kind of new. So in case you just join us at home for the grand finals, that's the emergency pickup. You might have seen that in your ranked games, but now in the esports mode, it's already available, and it can be used tactically to go straight up onto high grounds. Like you can land straight up on there and just park yourself. So just because of that one item, that emergency pickup, like a lot of things. In terms of rotations, would change. Like roadblocks will not be a big issue at this point, as long as you have the item, of course.
True enough, and I think the other part of the challenge is when you do dock onto, whether if it's a mountain, whether it's an empty land, you got to start looking for some vehicles as well, unless you have another pickup for later on. But there's only so much that you can do out of that, but it does help them to navigate around that early phase of the game where you don't want to put yourself at risk. Whereas these two teams are hungry for those numbers, and they have not been letting their grasp off of the city of Picado, and they're just going to be stuck here for quite a while longer. Phase 1 now will end in another 3 minutes or less, and these battles did not really coming up with results for both Cerberus as well as Attack All Around.
Yeah, normally in this kind of case, right, if they overextend their stay, the blue arrives and they're still here, they're still fighting. normally both teams lose out. Well, for one reason, it's because the blue, you're tanking it out, you might not have enough recovery items, or by the time you decide that, okay, I want to bail this.
There we go.
You'll be gatekept by a lot of teams.
And this is the problem when you actually utilize the pickup. You're going to be up in the air, defenseless, and we're already looking at shots being fired at G-Boy. One connects out of Elgin Bot as Archangel Predator have already scouted them out. And thankfully he's been able to glide his way off, and Elgin Bots was on the receiving end.
Well, that's where good cover fire coming from the teammates. At the moment the teammates landed first, they immediately shoot wherever the Algebot was shooting from, and that gave good cover fire for him. And not only that, a little bit of a bonus, they managed to get the knock. But very likely the Algebot will be picked up by his teammates because we can see the distance between the two teams. But that's absolutely fine. If they manage to get the knock, they force him to use recovery items, and that might benefit them towards the later stages of the game.
Such a swift response coming in from both respective teams of ONC as well as Archangel Predator. Now, finally, Cerberus Esports decides it's time for them to eventually relocate. But another problem that they do face out right now is that across the map, we don't really see those vehicles lying around, so I'm not too sure how they're going to be able to get all the way up north in a quick fashion. And they're leaving Wine Cut all alone by the office building as well. So attack all around, they have a few options available, whether if they could just do exactly the same to move out of the city, or get that one pick off and then move in a little later on. Now, you see a lot of all these utilities have been given out very early on, especially those smoke grenades that is essential inside of Miramar. And hopefully they do have enough stocks to work with. Attack all around. You can see that they're just checking every nook and cranny of the building to see whether or not if they could still find any more of a pickup against the rest of Cerberus Esports. Doesn't seem like there's much that they could gain out of this.
Well, just when you thought that Cerberus Esports wanted to get away, they didn't.
They're coming up with a choke point.
Yeah, or maybe they want to bait AAA out into an open area so they can try to fight them back. But now, say hello to the blue zone. It has arrived, and I don't know how long more are these two teams going to spend there.
Yeah, we're just going to give them a little bit more time to settle their scores. But Puchu's now currently in danger with the rest of Genius Esports gunning out for him. Cloris will be able to pick that one up, making it the first blood of our first match of the Grand Finals.
That is a glorious point that they got.
Point taken.
Yeah, I was trying to be punny. But anyway, so that's going to be the first blood of the Grand Finals. But I was kind of expecting the first blood to happen in Picado, but at the end of the day, it didn't. So it looks like it came from somewhere else.
Yeah, I guess like they're really holding off each other pretty well. Whereas for Unicorn Venom, another team that has been stellar across the Vietnamese region, have been able to really show up really well. Sapao, well, the long-standing veterans of the scene, now plays for UV, and I really do hope that they will be able to get across really safely. They are already circling the rim of the Northern Plains already, so I guess that they do have a certain ideation of how to play this one out, perhaps by the corners of La Cabrera, if they could basically get a little bit more of the vantage point across the city. Meanwhile, Purple Mood as well as NGE are currently locked right into towards the central zone, and Purple Mood going for that 2-2 split where they're taking high elevated angles of shots against T5. It's new generation esports having Vaughn on the Carbine 98, and doesn't seem like he's been able to actually get any damage done just yet, but those wear and tear that they could basically achieve in the early game would yield quite a lot into the late game.
Yeah, that's possible, especially like on vehicles, because you cannot recover vehicles at the end of the day. Right? On vehicles, or maybe you force your opponents to use recovery items, then it could probably be somewhat beneficial towards the end. But anyway, if any team goes out, even though it's not because of you doing it directly, it's still a possibility for your own team to actually go up in terms of rank points. But now we have the second elimination that has happened. So that happened somewhere else. NGE, unfortunately, lost one player. So it looks like they're going to play the rest with as a trio. I'm just looking over what's happening at Picado now. AAA is still there, but Cerberus Esports, they're done.
Yeah, they're already moving into power grid, and they will have a little bit more of a clearer passage to get into the upcoming phase later on, though they will have to lose a little bit of health bars on their journey way in. So the rest of the squads already on top of those hills around the northern section, where we last saw T5 securing 1 against NGE, I do believe, and Fab, he just lost out. He drove past all 4 members of Teraton 5, and that's 1 more point to be given away, it seems. One call, though, spots a member moving out of E36 and Starlot, receiving a little bit more of those tags. We'll lose sight of him for the time being. E36 remain to be safe for now, but not for long.
1 call away, Chimoy. Is that a song title? I was just trying.
Yeah,
think so.
it definitely is a song that I heard on the radio not too long ago.
All right. I was just trying to recall, throwback songs. But 1 call away, so they are in this current position whereby they secure one of the high grounds within the circle. So this is one of the good circles or good high grounds to be in, because you get to see rotations coming in from the road. Just look at the road that's actually surrounding them. So that's common areas for rotations, and if they can get a good shot, maybe 1-2 headshots, then they'll probably get a free kill for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. So, and now that we do have a little bit more of that update on the map, it does actually favor both of the teams that were in Picado. Cerberus Esports as well as Attack All Around. They get that free passage right through the southern side, whereas there's just this clump of a crowd right into the center where we are going to see a lot of battles happening, and T5 already nailed down a few of these members of QC, as QC is just hoping to pass right by before they lost out on OH Pawns, and I don't think that's going to do them any form of justice at all. Meanwhile, Archangel Predator, they've been eyeing out on Daytrade for as long as they could. It doesn't seem like Daytrade has much options to actually get out of the hut.
Yeah, I think since they have a compound, they have a hut, so they'll be A-okay there for now. But can't say the same for Hatsawa. He got knocked down in his compound. But now looking over, yeah, it's one of those long-range warning shots. You get a knockdown, that's okay. That's just to show dominance that you don't come to my area.
Yeah, indeed. And more shots are being fired from Teraton 5. This team consistently putting damage across the board. Tanadol, wait a minute. Attack All Around. I thought they were safe. I believe the card just flipped over, so they should be fine later on. Tanadol, though, trying to clip somebody off the bike. And it doesn't seem like there's going to be much that he could basically work around with the Mini 14. But damage being done. 50% of health left on the rider. And Dylan, he's going to be able to survive for now. Dylan, he just snaps back at the members of E36 and Sylphia. I thought he was ready to actually go in for that pickup, but instead he was the one that will be gunned down.
I was about to say that Attack All Around. I didn't expect them to even attack their own teammate. But yeah, that just happened. But this happened as well. Sylphia taken out by Delwyn, so that's going to be the first point for the Expendables. They're going to start it off nice and hard, considering that they got this first point, and it was quite a good rush there coming from Delwyn.
Yeah, and he had to do so many things in that split second. Run away from that Mini 14 shots, and then quickly switch into battle mode, and going back to Attack All Around. After going for those pickups, now they spot out the members of Global Esports Essex right across. Leo getting tagged up. Exelusive run out of bullets on the AUG. Gotta quickly get some recovery where the grenades are falling right through. Won't be able to get those peak angles going for them for now. Global Esports Essex in close proximity though, where they're slowly closing it against the rest of AAA.
Oh, here we go. So Xavier with the AUG. It does look like the AUG in this current meta is the most popular weapon. So we'll expect to see a lot of these players actually holding an AUG. Here we have another one. And Yuri with the nade, looking to toss onto the second floor, but no one's there. A little bit too late. Rudy toss a little bit earlier, then he might be able to get one.
Leo does get the knock, the right hit shot onto J-Die, but AAA members, they are up and ready for the pickup. Whereas, look at the crossfire inside. Global Esports Essex really have to clear off some of all these sectors for them to be able to quickly actually get those shots in. Leo getting tagged!
Ooh, close.
And he's been able to get out of that section very quickly by just kneeling down. Meanwhile, more battles coming up ahead, and Unicorn Venom first team to be knocked out by E-Arena.
Wow, the team that qualified directly into the grand finals. They played the last chance qualifiers, apologies. The team that qualified from the last chance qualifiers got eliminated. And we'll be looking for more eliminations soon, as look at the elimination tree is going insane.
Yeah, it's running well, and all of a sudden there's only 44 players alive, and there's going to be more names to be taken off the list as well, where this battle has not concluded between both GEX as well as AAA, whereas Myth, they're playing from the outskirts and will have members being caught out. Delwyn still survives though! Grenades flying left, right, and center. He will be able to toss one towards Jacob, but he will be knocked out instead. The Expendables, only with 3 members left. Meanwhile, MITH, they have to rely on Jacob as well as Exquisite. They do get some damage as well as tags onto Duck, but slowly and steadily, TE, they do get themselves different angles to work with. Exquisite, now being spotted out, 14 HP left.
Oh, that was a close call there. Managed to find cover to reset himself, but Jacob wants to finish up the job. But oh, wait a second! It was Tanbu counter-firing upon him.
My goodness me, and there was also T5 up ahead. Now they also have to take this battle up the hill, whereas they haven't really got time to actually pick up Delwyn. They have to do so really quickly, and once again, look at the circle, it's going to be closing up real soon. Drake eventually bows out on that blue zone instead. Expendables finally getting themselves a little bit more of that reset that they require, but Teraton 5, they just have never moved off from this hill, and they've been taking center stage, and now, look at them, tied up with 3 other squads, with a total of 4 kill points.
And they don't really need to move from this hill. You kind of think about it, like the next circle will still give them a level of advantage to oversee other teams as well. So even though if the circle happen to move away from them, it might not be that far, and they can still take their time to get into the circle. But we move over to Archangel Predator, the one sole Filipino team that is in the grand finals right now, as our Jimbo still has the high ground. But the circle likely to move away from them, and yes, it will.
Yeah, and knowing them for so many years, Archangel Predator definitely show a lot of prowess and understanding of how to play around Miramar. And usually, on the average, they will be able to secure, at the very least, a top 5 finish. I want to see them go all the way to the chicken dinner if we could, and attack all around. Spots out Cerberus Esports. It doesn't seem like the battle between these two teams will be stopping anytime soon, where both sides will really have to get that sprint up over down Southern Plains, whereas attack all around, they got an inkling of an idea on how to really approach the situation, whereas pressure is on members of Archangel Predator. The blue zone's closing right in, whereas attack all around, Exelusia, he really has to find a way to crack this one open, and he will find it, but the nade cooked up will eliminate the rest of attack all around.
Oh man, that nade. Okay, it was both good and bad at the same time, depending on whose perspective that you want to know. Like, if from the shack, yeah, then that's a great nade. One nade to rule them all, basically. But if you're from the outside, it's heartbreaking. It's like, you thought you got the kill, but then the nade just happened.
Yeah, what a martyr. Like, he will be able to at least get a few more points right in before they bow out as well. Not the worst out of the very first map to be played out of 24 more to be played. So, as we continue on with the journey, one call is the next one to be eliminated on 10th spot, whereas TE, they're going up close and personal, and they will be the only team that's willing to approach T5 and challenge them on their own territory.
Yeah, I guess it's either T5 or Archangel Predator, so it looks like it's kind of like pick your poison, and T5 is going to be the team of choice for TE to try to charge in. Now we can see TE, they are just getting information before they make their move. They still have a little bit of time, but if they take it too long, then the zone will put pressure to them.
Inside.
But now, EA against Archangel Predator, let's go!
The arena does have lyrics to be able to accompany Inside for the time being. Archangel Predator playing on the lower grounds, and the further they go, they will eventually be spotted out by the rest of the team of E-Arena that's already gotten that first-hand advantage, but Algin Bots coming in with a flank. Got the barrel in hand. He's already lost his helmet, though, but he's going to go in prodding for these numbers, and he spots one out, but the problem is the zone now closes upon him. He really has to quickly reposition, but they finally found inside and knocks him outside of the play zone. They should be able to secure this one off the bat with the Groza.
Well, our interpreter will be looking to get more out of EA, and EA, where are you going to go now? E-Arena. Got to get into the arena. Now Zone is going to put pressure onto one of them. Our interpreter chooses to move, but if they go straight, they could be shot from left and right.
True enough, and they don't really have much options left available, but they did take out Larix, and instead, it's Rosetit from T5 that has stolen that kill point away.
That's where kill points does matter at the end of the day. Yeah, that is most important. Doesn't matter how much damage, ladies and gentlemen, it's the kill points. So here we go, GE, Genius Esports, they must take this fight right now because pretty much that's their only route in. If they choose to go up, then, well, it's going to be Purple Moon Esports. If they choose to go down, there's another team waiting. So might as well go straight and try to take over this compound.
Such a difficult scenario for the rest of the teams that are still alive. Eventually, this circle brings them into open terrains where they will have to leave these shelters all across. Man, finally he picks up another member of Irina. KM99 is going to be down, but we focus on this fight. Genius Esports now invades the territories, challenging the rest of NGE, and they're slowly giving a little bit more of that spacing away. New Generation Esports, they're just holding on the angles, hoping to get something in return.
Well, finally, we see action again from Cerberus Esports. They are getting a couple of kills for themselves onto TE especially. And now T5 trading back with TE. So looks like it's a three-way war somewhere else. And Chloris might secure this kill.
Oh, with the MK12 just gunning them down. Archangel Predator will lose 2 in return. Sizzy hoping to actually get those pickups, and instead, Chloris has gotten majority of these points back in the hands of Genius Esports, whereas Rosetit will take the final blow against E-Arena, and they will be out at 9th. And the rest of T5, they're out in the open. Chloris hoping to nail one more in the back, and I don't think he's got options to the rest of the team. Left of those vehicles, and he will have to stand for himself, and now already on his knees.
Oh yeah, it's going to be Sir T getting it. But as long as it goes to GE, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. So right now, Neil T. Having a good angle though. There's another team being blocked out and another knocked out by Neil T. Wow. And he managed to get inside of the compound just in time.
And just look at how rapidly he just gets those shots all throughout, getting that first peak advantage. And now Genius Esports just utilizing this high ground advantage against the rest of them. They're just getting so much in return.
Okay, so we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you don't miss us as we don't miss this action. And here we are. Neil T still in the same position as before, still holding on teams at the lower ground.
Yeah, and over on to the south western plains, there's just so many teams battling out in close proximities, whereas the rest of Cerberus Esports are still alive after being pinned in that small little shelter for the longest of time, whereas Salalzi knows there's too much action on top of the building, and they would be able to eventually sniff a couple of points if they could find anyone cutting across these corners. At the same time, Archangel Predator looks like they're in a really decent position for the time being. Cerberus Esports are the only team right now inside of the circle.
Yeah, not only that, they also have a little bit of elevation for them to work with. But now we're back onto NGE. Neil T still holding teams down, but right now the circle doesn't favor them, so they have to end this fight. And while teams really try to charge in onto NGE, man, this is gonna be a tough fight because you got 3 teams in the same area.
Indeed, and Zez, he's just trying to poke and prod. He's popping a couple of stun grenades, and the zone is already closing in. Hakai, he gets a little bit more damage done, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Chloris is the next one to fall. Now T, he's doing so much all alone, and he's gonna wipe the entirety of these members of GE. What on earth is going on?
Well, what on earth is going on for Neil T, if you ask me? I think he's having the game of his life, despite him only getting 1 kill so far. But look at the angles that he holds. This is like, wow, next level gameplay. But, oh man, that just happened. I mean, he was all alone anyway, so it's hard for him to check every other corner. But he tried his best. But anyway, it was good holding by him.
Yeah, overall, we see them being able to do so much of damage upon the rest of the members of GE. And now, flurry of grenades now popped by Purple Mood towards T5. And that's where Pubg actually lands on top. And the rest of T5 blown out of the game. At least the top 5 scenario with a lot of kill points to be accrued by the end of the run. We'll still see them somewhere on top of the table. Whereas GE arrived at the scene onto the crosshairs of the rest of Purple Moon.
Oh, now every team has their own corner, pretty much there. But we see T5 trying to get into the circle, but being shot at by multiple angles, and now we notice the knockdown there. And it's going to be Thunder's knockdown, and Haisaki knockdown as well. Everything is just going to go insane right now.
Purple Moon, the final team to join us from the last chance qualifier, is now in the top 4, and they do have all 3 of the members healthy and alive, whereas another grand grenade comes out of Purple Moon. Pubg does it to knock out the rest of Q Confirmed.
Okay, and Cerberus Esports, they still have the circle advantage. And now they just need to stop other teams from moving. Okay, let's see, seems to have a little bit of advantage with the elevation that they have, and the knockdown beautifully done. Purple Moon Esports, they're falling apart, but now Haisaki's the last man.
And Purple Moon, they're all clumped in that same corner. Haisaki's got to push all together now. Cerberus Esports, the battle against all these other teams since Picado has been worth it, and now running right in for the final hurdle, and damage being done. Bubbles is still holding on. Haisaki, 47 health left, and they have done it. The first chicken dinner here in the PUBG Asia Super Cup.
Well, the team that was locked inside of Picado for the longest time with AAA, they came out of it and they got the chicken dinner. Obviously slow rotation, but it wasn't a problem for Cerberus Esports to get the chicken dinner.
And this is the wealth of experience this team is just showing to the rest of the world right now on how good the Vietnamese PUBG esports scene really is. And they have been able to dominate not only their own region, but heading here into the grand finals with that same champion mentality.
Yes, I mean, they are a team with global experience as well, so you won't expect anything less from Cerberus Esports. They do know what they're doing. They do know the exact timing, even though they spend time inside the blue, locked out with AAA, but it doesn't seem to be an issue for them. But overall, what we see here in round number 1, it's I think at certain point of the game, like circle number 3, perhaps, we see fights happening at multiple locations at once.
Yeah, especially on phase 3 as well as 4, we see names dropping out in the blink of an eye, and then we see a lot of all these huge grenade that does wipe out teams in the blink of an eye. And it really is a little bit more of a disastrous situation for a team that is being so good at picking off kills like T5 to be bowing out like that.
Yeah, I mean T5, but anyway, it's still round number 1, right? So not to worry about any team at all, even though they went out like very, very early without any placement points, because there's still many, many more games to go. But of course, you always want to have a good start. So good start given to Cerberus Esports. Hats off to them. Just looking over the shot, Surti, one of the players in this round, they actually hold their ground very, very well. So Surti, he really know how to hold these angles. I believe he was the last man standing for his team at the other day. You got Surti, and then you got New T, happen to have the T behind, and T is just how they
Terminators,
roll.
right?
Yeah, just Terminators, yeah.
Yeah, just having all these huge challenges for each respective teams, it is definitely nothing to take away from those teams that have bowed out with no points to take, because we saw how they were dispositioned from the get-go, where we thought, hey, maybe these teams out of Picado might have the biggest of struggles, but hey, they knew that eventually the circle will shift back into a certain territory, and it was back onto Cerberus Esports playing field. And even so, there were points where we actually witnessed Cerberus Esports to be put into a very difficult situation where they have to rely on small little scuffy corners where, you know, they were all for inside the one HUD, but thankfully they weren't punished because the rest of the teams, they were more focused on getting those rotations in and getting themselves a few more of those pickups from what we saw over the hills.
I kind of wonder, is it a certain element of luck for Cerberus Esports because they came out of Picado a little bit later, right? And the circle was like up north. And would it be a different result if the circle just goes all the way up north rather than it starts up north and then
Probably.
it goes down
Yeah.
for Cerberus Esports?
I
So
guess
a little
it-
bit advantage for them.
Yeah, I guess there's two scenarios here that may actually factor in if it actually is the other scenario where what we last saw was all the teams were flocking right into the center stage, and then that's where all the battles happened, right?
Yep.
Whereas Archangel Predator as well, Attack All Around as well as Cerberus Esports, they were both coming in from the Southern Territory, and then they get a little bit more of that free passage. So it could work really well or really badly.
Yeah, it could go either way, right? I mean, if we talk about PUBG and the circle, there's like a whole multiverse to it on what the possibilities that might happen.
That's right.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's good for them, right? I'm sure Cerberus Esports ain't going to complain about that. So that chicken dinner to kickstart their Grand Finals campaign, they'll be really, really happy.
Yeah, I just loved all these new implementation of changes hitting into the esports system of PUBG, where, you know, back then, AUGs were loot box exclusives, and now, with it being all over the map, you can start to see it has shifted the way all these pro players have approached the game. Of course, you usually pair it with a long-range weapon, where Mini 14 as well as some of all these weapons like the Kar98K will never really go wrong when you're actually starting out the game looking for those long-range pickoffs. And then when it's going to be close quarters, that AUG, why is it so reliable? Huge firing rate, plenty of damage, and I think like even despite you spraying out of control, you would still do enough for the rest of the team to clean up.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to raise the question here, right? So we saw the Picado fight very early, AAA and Cerberus Esports. Pretty much it's a draw. No one really won against each other.
Yeah.
And we're going to play the next round inside Miramar.
I feel like they're gonna
Are they going to settle the score?
They're gonna settle the score right now
Right.
because you start out the game, you kind of want to memorize the positioning of these respective players, and you could just alter the sort of drop points that you would require to find a better alternative to either launch the attack or play a little bit more defensively, because the last we saw, the rest of the members of Attack All Around were around the northern side of Picado, whereas Cerberus Esports takes around the center stage and then have a member on the outpost over on the offices, and that gave them a little bit more of that leverage when it comes down to these exchanges.
Yeah, so so your thought is that they might want to settle the score next. They would drop
Probably.
hot drop against each other inside Picado.
Or they could just not only hot drop, but just select one target to pick off first. Make it a 4 versus 3 scenario, and then you start to put a little bit more pressure. It could still be that standstill situation that we've been seeing inside Picado, where, you know, as much as when we go into those normal games and stuff, we see plenty of teams actually battle off inside this particular city in the central zone. I feel like this is a lot more than just pride as well as ego at stake, because when you're in a competitive scene, you got so many more maps of Miramar to play out.
Yep.
And then if you were to be on the receiving end, to lose maybe 0 to 3, you will eventually want to think about plan B, moving away from that city.
Yeah, by that time it's already like what? If you give it like 0 to 3, then it's already day number 2 at least.
Yeah.
Right? So you lose out all the Miramar
If it's going to be a
maps.
1-1, hey, this can go on forever.
Well, then I'm hoping for it to be a 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, 4-4, 5-5.
For now, it's
till the
still...
end. Why not, right?
It's still a deuce. It's still both...
It's a draw.
landing-
It's a 0-0 still.
Yeah, both nil. So I think like that itself is pretty interesting of how things have went on. Whereas we also saw teams that have got the benefit of that first phase of the circle, like Purple Mood, they were challenging teams like QC. They only got maybe smaller exchanges, and then you have T5. These were the ones that have been able to really grasp the control of that zone, and you saw them actually walking away with ample of points in this round itself, despite them not getting that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I think that is also because of the current point system, right? Like, chicken dinner is only worth 10 points. So
Still hefty, though.
yeah, it's good, of course, but then again, we've seen a lot of times where teams prioritize kill points for some reason and not getting placement points at all, but still are able to be in the top whatever from the previous stages. So I think that but of course that is just to be like, if you go for that route, then you probably qualify into a top 8 of the previous stages, group stages, or even the LCQ. But to be champions, because we're talking about the champions now, right? To be the number 1 team, you definitely need both of them. Yeah, so while you try to survive to gather the rank points, you still need to get kill points along the way as well.
That's true, and of course, let's just have a look at the leaderboard right now. Undoubtedly, Cerberus Esports will be at the top, securing that chicken dinner along with 7 elimination points to be on top. But closing in onto second place was Purple Mood, that have had more kill points, just 2 points behind Cerberus Esports based on the placement points, whereas GE, that bowed out a little bit early on, they've got 9, which is why they're taking third place, just a little higher compared to T5.
And majority of page number 1 is full of Thai and Vietnamese teams. So again, just shows that how good they are in this game. And we have the legendary Art Interpreter, who has been around for a long time, still able to slip into page number 1. We got a couple of zeros in round number 1, but anyway, again, it's still match number 1.
Yeah,
24 games to go.
It's still a lot of opportunities out there. We know what form of potential teams like Day Trade, One, as well as Made in Thailand could actually offer, and we also see very early exchanges go on that really didn't favor teams like GX. They still managed to at least walk out with, 2-pointers each, so it's not too shabby after all, but strong start that we're looking at from the very least some of all these teams hailing in from Vietnam as well as Thailand to kick off our first match.
You know what? The team that I would say from the LCQ, Purple Moon Esports, I think out of the LCQ teams, they'll be the team to watch, because in the LCQ, what they did was they really highly focused on kill points, and for many rounds, they didn't get any placement points, but they got like 6, 7, 8 kill points along the way. And their single-digit placement points stuck with them for majority of the LCQ. Like imagine they were at number 9 placement points only, and their kill points just go up.
Yeah.
For maybe like out of 10 rounds, 7 rounds, majority of it.
This is a team where majority of all these competitors will be afraid of, because they just show no signs of fear or even stopping. Like, if it's going to be an early altercation that they will want to take, you got to really decide quickly if you're going up against Purple Mood, because, like I said, they don't really look for placement because they see the value of eliminations to be the core foundation of how they've operated within the team. And we saw how they've been able to secure so much more and massively improve that strategy, not only because they were in the best of position to do so, they were also surrounded by a lot of teams. But now you see that form of discipline being implemented across the board for Purple Mood. And this team, since the inception of PUBG Esports, we've already seen Purple Mood being around, though with the Thai circuit being so competitive, sometimes we don't really see them emerge into all these global tournaments as much as before. But hey, it's a great resurgence that we're seeing out of this team, and there's only going to be more being offered.
Speaking about more global tournaments, so a little bit of a PSA for you all out there. The next PGS2 is actually open for registration now up until end of this month. So you don't want to miss out on that. Make sure you head on to PUBG Battlegrounds social media to get the registration link and register there. Hopefully we'll be able to see your teams, maybe some new names into the PUBG scene in the future, and who knows, you could be the next global star.
Yeah, and all you have to do is just get your squad ready, practice all together, put your names throughout, and hope for the best. Who knows, you'll be walking away with $20,000 or even more when you do give yourselves a little bit of that chance. Now, speaking of which, a lot of all these teams, they've been playing for so many years. Like, I remember names like Inside and even Duckmans up till today, the legendary Duckmans that have even played in the Global Super Cup a couple of years back, have really raised the flag for Thailand for many times already. So, MITH, this legendary squad of Thailand, now trying to get themselves back into shape. Surely in the group stages they did relatively well, but do you feel that them starting off on a bad foot here with not much points to take would actually hinder them from whatever successes that they're eyeing out for?
No, I always have this saying about like this battle royal format, right? It doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you end. So it doesn't matter like, oh, okay, like first round you don't get any points, it's fine. But by the time you reach round number 25 and you're ahead by other teams by maybe a margin of like 50 points, then, well, no one's going to remember what happened in the first round.
True enough,
Yeah.
and we'll just really have to see what happens into our second round of Miramar that will kickstart in, a couple of minutes time. But of course, giving the players a little bit more time to prepare for what's to come. I think that was a really good tone to start with, where it was a high level difficulty setting that they had to go through to get to where they need to be and to actually challenge each other. So of course, they have to really problems that they had in the early rounds to be able to reap even more rewards heading to round 2. Now, Purple Boat Esports coming so close to that chicken dinner, going up against Cerberus Esports. When we go back into that position itself, do you feel like there was anything that Purple Mood could actually do to really overwhelm Cerberus Esports if they were to be in the same form of scenario again in Miramar?
Well, if I want to sound naughty, right, it's for them to drop inside of Picado as well. Yeah.
Well,
like
you know that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's probably not going to happen unless if it's the maybe last game and they're head-to-head for the championship.
Probably.
Maybe. But for now, I think these boys, they already know what they're doing. So, but if to answer the question, I think it's quite subjective. Because in that previous scenario, Purple Moon Esports and I think there were like 2 other teams, they were like having a 3-way wall-way fight. So Cerberus Esports just came in later. So obviously, if you come in later, you're fresher. You have all your health at the highest peak, so you can win fights better. If we were to swap their position in that scenario, I think Purple Moon Esports
Cerberus could have actually been on that receiving end as well. Where that's a really good point, because Purple Moon were taking so many battles of their own, fending off 2 other teams before they decided, hey, we're gonna approach the direct center of that late game circle, and there's only going to be so little room left for you to high round, where it was an open playing field for the likes of many, where Cerberus Esports, they got the first mover's advantage to also push through and eventually find them hiding right underneath the terrain. And here we go into our second match of Miramar. Jet set and ready. This time around, will Purple Mood overtake Cerberus Esports? We'll have to see, because all the 16 teams have this equal amount of firepower and also the chance to get a chicken dinner of their own.
Oh, the flight plan is close enough for Picado. So keep your eye on there. I see Cerberus Esports AAA, they are heading there. So I think it's going to happen again.
Oh, yes, indeed. Whereas, remember this, NGE, they were also landing across the outskirts of Picado, and perhaps if they were to be a little bit more proactive, they would be able to chip right in. And look at that, day trade. They decide to drop right down south of Power Grid, and that is as close as it gets to Picado. 4-way battle? I'm up for it.
I'm up for it. I mean, put in another team, I'm up for it as well. But here's the confirmation. So we're going to see the 2 teams that we expected to be inside of Picado. But no first knocks, so everyone's pretty chill. But I can see that there are 2 sets of, 2 groups at least of players that are just like in the next building with each other. So whether they will rush in or not, I think we don't really know just yet. But current situation is that Cerberus Esports maybe a slighter advantage just because of how close they are.
Yeah, and we're already seeing changes when it comes down to the formation that Attack All Around is actually taking. A 2-2 split. This time they exchange the position. with Cerberus
yeah.
Esports. Perhaps they both think, hey, we want to hot drop each other, and this is where it's kind of like a switcheroo going on, except for the matter of fact, Attack All Around only had one member inside of the motel building. This time, coming in with two, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to approach for Cerberus Esports. And I guess they could play on forever now, with the phase 1 circle being directly smacked across Power Grid, Picado, as well as Chumachera. So, ample time for everybody to prepare. I see Insight looting across the island. He's going to take a sweet time. Yeah. But if he were to go right back into the mainland, though, Global Esports SX will be lying in wait.
I wonder if Global Esports SX would be interested to wait for him because they're not in the circle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless they are, then maybe they'll be like, yeah, come. I want to get that 1 point. But if not, it's like, I think they'll just move away as well.
Yeah, true enough. I guess the players will have to take their sweet time. We see a little bit of internet connection issues for some of these guys, but not too much of a worrying sign because everybody's still moving all about. And looting phase is all about getting yourself ready for these battles, and look at the rest of Cerberus Esports storming into the building with 3 members. Tax being far from Jedi, and he's already got the MK12 up in the ready. 8x scope as well. Man, I think like they're about to give them a taste of their own medicine with Slawzy. With a Car 98K, he's getting ready. He's still not gonna get the shot landed though. But that was as close as it gets.
Yeah, I think he knew he can take his time because the opponent was looking the other side. But Cerberus Esports, we did talk about them playing closer with each other this time around. And I guess this is the reason. They want to go like a SWAT team. Like go from floor to floor just to flush anyone who's there out on that floor. But their opponent's skirt is holding a shotgun. Jimcut as well holding a shotgun. So at this kind of range, a shotgun is really, really deadly.
That's right. They're already tossing in those grenades and now pushing upwards.
There you go.
Jimcut, the first one to fall, as the S6 shotgun will do the trick. It's an S1 indeed, actually. And that will definitely hold them back for now. Icon next one to fall as well, but they get the exchanges done. Now advantage over on attack all around, but they are zoning them off with the Molotov.
Okay, but they also zoned themselves off, so they cannot go up to the second floor just yet, hoping for this thing to land. But
oh wait, what? Attack all around. They've done it. Victory over Picado, and they did not lose out any of the members. And Cerberus Esports, they were just being very hasty. They push upwards, but was it too soon for them to do so?
Well, it was definitely too soon for them. But it looks like the SWAT team tactics didn't work out.
No, not at all.
Yeah, and they just got a chicken dinner, and to come off a chicken dinner just to be the first team to be eliminated, I mean, that's quite devastating.
It is, and it kind of resets the whole timeline for them. Like, you get a huge grand victory, and now you bow so quickly, not getting any points at all is gonna hurt them. And of course, for those teams that have been keeping their eyes on the feed, Purple Moon will be absolutely happy about this. A chance for them to, of course, overtake same as the rest of GET5 as well as AAA, of course. And now, over on the corner of Next Generation Esports, FAP, the showstopper of the Last Chance Qualifier, will be hunting out for Duckmans. It's going to be moving very slowly, but he's not going to reveal his location just yet by landing any form of a shot. He knows exactly where these Myth members are.
Yeah, I think he's just gathering information and relaying back to his team because he's all alone, so he doesn't want to, like what you said, reveal his position, risk being counter-fired, and if he gets knocked there, I mean, we don't have visual on where his teammates are at, but if he gets knocked there, then if his teammates are too far, it's probably a goner for him.
True enough, as we can see the tactical advancements coming in from some of all these teams, MITH, Made in Thailand, slowly approaching these open terrains with separate vehicles. Tan Vu finds a pickoff against Janku. And I guess more and more of these teams are getting very interested on securing Picado as the next playing field, since it's somewhat of the direct center of the zone. So it's definitely not too much of a surprise, but the problem for Duck Hughes is that he's all alone, And he's going to be swarmed by the rest of Attack All Around if the rest of his teammates were not going to be able to make a move into the city. And now they're playing on the outskirts. It was Tanvu from the outskirts that did get the knock. And Duckhues secures the first point for the team. And now Attack All Around for the P-Man.
I mean, we are talking about Duckhues, right? It's such a reliable player with a lot of experience. His teammates, I mean, he only has one teammate, Tanvu, behind him, just to give him the long-range cover fire. That's all. That's all he needs.
Yeah, very direct approach, very swiftly done as well. The Expendables now just checking every single quarter. There is going to be a Mirado that they won't be able to pick up if they need to move elsewhere later on. Tanvu getting a little bit more exchanges, but he received lethal attacks that brought him to 14. Should be able to regenerate his health bars in the jiffy. Whereas the Expendables have this huge advantage of just moving all about. Excalibur now exchanges that into Mini 14. Couldn't really nail any form of shot, but now knows that two members of the Expendables are on that corner of that ditch. It's not going to be reachable though. Not even with grenades, they'll be able to toss by. And look at who's on top of the hill. NBK lurking around. Not sure if he will be able to catch Belmoth though.
Yeah, Belmoth's all alone in the compound, so if he manages to get a knockdown, he can very likely to secure that kill. But looking at the circle currently, we can pretty much say that all the teams are in the circle. Interestingly, we look up north. Rosita is all alone, way away from his teammates.
Yeah, but if you think about that, T5, they're basically securing 1/4 of the map already from the north point, even despite them being putting him alone right there. It's going to be a smooth passage for them to take control of that terrain, and then if the battles do happen to cross Power Grid, or even a city like right above Power Grid, then they would have a lot more time to assess those situations. Whereas,
wait, what?
And Fab ever ready to pick that one up, KE down.
It happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, and that's a point there for NGE. NGE will be glad they got that. But now Fab is in trouble. He's been shot at, but from where? From the left side. I wonder who's shooting at him.
Looks like Star-Lord, if you ask me. And then we're just seeing fires all across in this long, empty terrain.
All the way from the galaxy.
Yeah, really feels like it is so. And if this is going to be in the form of galaxy, it has to be Dune. It's all sand and dry land.
Right. And to put Star-Lord there, I mean, he just needs the rest of the Guardians. But anyway, main in Thailand, Jacob, the team that you're wondering if they can come back up. So far it's going to be a chill round for them, considering the circle is still as big. But now the circle shifts all the way to the left. And from the focus of Picado, now it's going to be Monte Nuevo, the next compound.
Oh, this is going to be devastating for any teams that are from that eastern corner line. And E-Arena, they were looting in from Impala to get right across. And now we'll have to find a long rotation inbound into the circle. Whereas, like we talked about T5 early on, they're relatively safe. They don't really have to move all too much. Monte Nuevo is going to be the form of choke point where teams really have to look out for themselves. And Fab, after getting that one kill for themselves, is now getting gunned at. Now just needing to drive off of these guns pointed at him. And Deva is going to be the next one to join right in. And even shots are fired at him from out of the top of the hill. Archangel Predator just playing upon Enter Force 36.
Yeah, Alec coming out of Monte Nuevo to go up to that high ground just to see what's happening, maybe take a few shots and manage to land it, but no knockdowns just yet. And Fab, again, second time lucky. This is the second time that he got his health bar up to like one single digit, and he still survives.
Yeah, just having great understanding of how to maneuver out of danger. Whereas Deva now plays a little bit more of a defensive role for the rest of E36 to slowly navigate across these areas of play. And majority of these teams that we're looking at here, they're struggling to make ends meet. They trade from downtown, snipes across to take out Nalti. And we last saw back in the past round of Miramar, Nalti was the last man standing for the team. The first one to go out this time for NGE.
Oh man, it feels like Cerberus Esports, but for now T, right? Yeah, things are just flipping. I mean, we're just round number 2, so anything can still happen. So right now we can see that NGE, they are safe in the compound, but unfortunately they lost a now T in the process. But with this area, it's also great. Compound, elevation, they got everything in the bag except a full squad.
Yeah, and I guess now it will halt their progress for the time being. And for the rest of Purple Moon, they don't seem like they were phased at all. They've been having a smooth transition throughout, steering away from any form of danger. But the further they drive in towards that Monte Nivo section is where they will eventually find a few teams pointing some weapons directly at them. But for the time being, we are seeing majority of them who have already gotten into those high elevated grounds across the power grid sector. They will be staying put for most part, whereas the only team now looking for a challenge is Genius Esports against Unicorn Venom.
Oh, and 777 got eliminated by Exocrit. So looks like there's another elimination happen. And now we're at phase number 2. We're heading into phase number 3. And normally when it starts phase number 3 or 4 onwards, that's where we see a lot of fights happening at the same time. Considering that we still have like 56 players still alive, I think that's likely to happen.
Yeah, very, very likely, especially with the speed of the blue zone closing in. It definitely poses a huge threat. Now, the question is, where exactly is this going? It's still within the favor of T5.
I know, right? Wow, the fact that they had a big opening, but look at
El Pozo?
El Pozo, yeah, still confirms up there. Before this, they weren't there, so they made that long rotation up north, and now they're going to come back in on the T5.
That's really sneaky, and perhaps that might just be that formula to find the rest of the members of T5. Not that they were actually planning for that, but of course they will take advantage of their current position, whereas the Expendables going for some exchanges, hoping to find praise out of Chumacera, where E-Arena having Lyrics just looking around the corner. Doesn't seem like he has much to actually work with. He's just tanking out the zone, and there's no vehicles for E-Arena to move out of.
Not looking good for them. I mean, previously as well, E-Arena didn't last that long, so hopefully they'll be able to get out of that. But for Purple Moon Esports, currently in the circle, just right next to them is NBK, still on the high ground. It will be about time soon where he'll join back with his teammates.
And UV have been turtling in across these slum sectors, and Global Esports Essex about to join in these high ground battles that the rest of the teams have already been locked right into. I don't think that this is going to be the most favorable position after all, because once the dust settles throughout phase 3, the majority of these teams will be stuck needing to battle their way out of these hill terrains, and it's not the most easy to work out of. Whereas for Unicorn Venom, perhaps for themselves, they can hold on for quite some time.
Yeah, they'll be A-okay, just like how Day Trade Gaming is. And at the same time, for Day Trade Gaming, they're on the other side of the road. So if teams want to crash into them, there's a lot of open space between them and that road for them to shoot before they arrive onto their compound.
Expendables passing by as well. Not going to be moving into the Day Trade sector. But we'll be in the middle of the open. Let's see if Belmov can actually nail one down out of the buggy. It doesn't seem so. But it did seem like Convo run into a rock, and a little bit of damage is now being done. And Duck Heels, they choose to camp out on the hut. And this is where Delvin will be knocked out. Look at the names popping out, and they are just eagling down each of these players. Up Chen, he gets the trade, and 2 members now knocked out of GEX.
That is it for GEX. Only 2 players left. So right now GEX, they need to reset quickly, if not they'll lose more. And Yuri goes down. And BK from the high ground still. He has not budged from his position.
And now it's only Savior left for the rest of GEX. He will have to really creep right in, but the pushes are out. NBK, he's gunning for it. He loses his helmet and just pops in the grenade for safe measures. And now, just doing it all alone, whereas the rest of UV is going to be slowly moving in as well. There's only one corner that needs to be checked, and Savior down and out. Cole, GEX 15th spot.
Yeah, with the high ground advantage, it's going to be a straightforward kill for NBK. So it just needs to get that right peak, and that is it. The rest is history. 2 kills right now for Unicorn Venom, and so happened that the circle moved away from Unicorn Venom. So after holding this position for the longest time, this is their time to move.
True enough, whereas GE just passes by their territory as well. Not sure if they will be picking up any numbers throughout these form of cross sectors in Thailand. Have a little bit of territory to work with, but the problem is Blue Zone not too far away. 10 seconds for Mate in Thailand to cut across against Day Trade, whereas Unicorn Venom, they will try to fend off. And Smell, 1 HP left. We'll have to pop the first 8 quick kit really quickly, and Unicorn Venom is now moving about. This is the only player that's going to be looking for that rotation. He's trying to cut off Yuta, and Yuta barely survives as she drives past the kills into T5 they go.
Oh, okay, here we go. 1 call as well onto GE. GE now kind of stuck in between a couple of teams. GE still on the outside of the circle, and GE, 4 of them eliminated. GE, are they still alive? We see a lot of knockdowns, and no, GE is out.
And they were just being trampled over by not only 1 team, 3 teams were eyeing out for them. And now, Day Trade Gaming, the moment that they move off, now they are stuck to fend off for themselves against the rest of TE as well. And Day Trade, just like that, has been wiped off from Planet Miramar.
Planet Miramar, it is. I thought they would have lasted a little bit longer because of their previous position, but looks like trying to get into the circle was tough for them at some point. And now looking over at the mini-map, another fight's about to happen. Looks like it just ended though with that knockdown. So it's going to be UV, I believe, on the mini-map, or was it another team? But anyway, doesn't matter. This is what we kind of expected. 3rd, 4th place circle onwards, a lot of fights going to happen.
Yeah, and MITH was the huge benefactor of it all, now securing themselves 5 kill points. Now tying it up with tackle around. Unicorn Venom is about to chase those numbers, but Smell eventually gets knocked out, and now it's really down to NBK to secure all of them, but Unicorn Venom eventually will be knocked out.
Or the next team to try to get into the circle is going to be Triple A. They're finding it hard to get in as Jaxi gets a knockdown. Jedi is still making a run for it, running away from the blue, and Jedi only with about 40% of health tries to get in, but there's T5 waiting for him if he overcrossed.
And that tackle around, they will eventually find a way to cut into this no man's land of a territory. Look at all the battles happening outside of the circle. There's only 1 team, and that is TE, that's currently within the circle itself. Whereas over onto the Central Plains, there is 1 sector which is safe, where there is a compound for them to work with, which is right past El Pozo on the south side. But I'm not sure how long could they basically hold off for, because there are teams that are looking to dispossess that compound for their own. 1 call has been playing relatively safely, got themselves 7 points by picking off teams after teams, now at 7. But the Expendables just waiting for some movements. I believe he heard those footsteps, Duck Hughes. Just hoping that he gets a little bit more of that vision, and perhaps that is the goal time for them to strike.
You pointed out an interesting fact. 1 call is lucky 7 for now, 777 on the charts. But that number could change as they must take this fight. And they're going up against TE with Tanvu getting a knockdown to Chibiris. But they still have the numbers against the Expendables. Now with a high ground advantage as well. Duck Hughes trying to find a good angle. Duck Hughes moves on to the right. Can't seem to find a good vision onto his opponent.
And he's drawing a little bit of attention coming in from another angle as well. Only 26, 1 HP! Knocked out by MITH. Rogue goes wild from downtown. And the Expendables now left with only 1 member.
Okay, here we go as T5 will want to move in as well onto 1 call from the northern side onto the right side of the minimap. They'll win with a clear shot, but he's not taking it just yet. Okay, he wants to get the headshot in, but no!
Spotted out.
Spotted out by another team.
Oh my goodness, 24 HP. He's got so little utilities to work with to defend for himself, whereas MITH, they're taking every single battle that they can inside the circle and suppresses that from moving anywhere. NGE, they can't get out of this. They have to take this fight. Patumpong from T5. They find Chimoy in return, and that's one member out from the side of ONC. Spots out the feet, and X grows it! He lands it! One more member down from the side of NGE. Make it 2, but Made in Thailand now in trouble.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Not only trouble by other teams, but they're still on the outside of the circle, and they need to cross the road. So that's going to be the toughest part, toughest mission for them. Whereas for the northern side, we have EA now going up against Q Confirm. Q Confirm in the circle, but we have T5 coming from behind.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult for them. They only got 3 members to work with, and now they need to take the highest tread, which will be T5 on top of the hill. MITH eventually knocks out the rest of NGE. Fab has to take himself out to deny that point as well. E-Arena, despite them coming so far away from Impala to get to where they need to be, now they are on top 9, securing themselves slight positional points, but they have yet to actually accrue any form of kills just yet. And now, backs against the zone. They have to pick the fight.
Yeah, you want them to get kills, this is their opportunity. And the fact that they don't have the circle, it will push them to take the fight. Hatsawa, ooh, nice high ground. If it moves towards the right, you can see all of them.
Yeah, perhaps this would be that choke point that they're looking for. Sizzy, he does land one, but the exchange just goes through. Sizzy will get the knock onto Q Confirm instead. Three-way battle, and Sizzy, he gets more, but Tasawat, he's just gonna find a way to pin them as well. Now, let's see if he actually scores another. Larryx now being knocked out instead. Patumpong just giving a little bit more of the firepower to suppress E-Arena, and Sizzy's gotta dance his way out there.
Oh man, I'm feeling dizzy looking at him dancing. So right now he's been knocked down. I mean, he was in an open area, so it's a little bit hard for him to get away. Ooh, nice one. They did not connect, but the counter fire coming in from Archangel Predator will eliminate the entire E36.
And just look at how sharp these guys are. Archangel Predator on close quarters have been able to annihilate them with one swift blow, one call. Finally bows out after so many fights that they were taking on. And inside 13 health, Blue Zone setting right in. He does not have much to work with, and eventually he will go in for a last stand. And this time, a 6th placement for E-Arena. A lot better from what we've seen back in match 1.
Yeah, Q Confirm wins the fight overall though, so now they're heading to the circle. At the same time, Hatsawa nailed down by Rogue from MITH. Where did that happen? And it looks like it happened on the southern side. MITH, the only team with a full squad, looking good.
Yeah, and they have already gotten 10 points going on the rampage. They're just having a fun day out under the sun, and now hunting out for Q Confirm, pushing forward. Q Confirm does have the vehicles up and ready to drive past this sector and perhaps find a safe place to call home. But they're coming into a trap, and that's where Delwyn punishes Jacob. Expendables eventually bow out. Rook was swift on that approach.
Oh, nicely done there again. MITH, they're not stopping just yet. They already got like, what, 11 kills? They can still rank up more. Archangel Predator, 3 men left. Q Confirm, 2 men left. So let's see who will come up with who can bring a surprise in this chicken dinner pursuit.
MITH with the biggest advantage that they've had, 4 members still alive. If there's editing, Archangel Predator will have to work with QC, but they've got problems of their own. 4 HP left for the side of Pet, and he's the only one left standing, and Evil Patrick gets spotted out. Rogue with the SLR. He's gonna fight him in return. 18 health left. Thankfully, he does get himself recharged in the nick of time. And MITH, Made in Thailand, comes back really holding off the rest of these squads from the get-go. And I talked so much back in map 1, they didn't get any points. And here they are, by the end of the round, securing at least close to 20 pointers.
Well, it's the caster's bless, it seems. And now
Seems
MITH,
like it.
it seems like it, and they're feeling it. They're feeling it right now. They're feeling the chicken dinner. I mean, not only that, they're not only made in Thailand, they're made in the circle too. The entire squad right now has a circle advantage.
Yeah, there's just no way that they'll be able to drop the game from this point onwards. But, of course, we'll see if there's going to be any form of surprise coming in from Archangel Predator, the one with the most numbers compared to MITH at the moment. But 2 versus 4, still quite the tall task. But if there's anyone to do it right now, it's got to be Nan. He's already got a little bit of a hindsight of where exactly these members are. But I'm just surprised that Pat is still up and alive, hugging by the corner of the zone. But the question remains is how long can he hold out for? Because any further that he moves, he'll just be knocked out by Elgin bots.
Ooh, yeah. Just don't overextend or over peak, and I think they'll be okay. I guess all these teams are just waiting for the next circle. Well, can't say the same for Pat. Pat is still on the outside of it. I'm not sure if Pat has an opening to come in. I don't think so, considering that, looking at the minimap, our interpreter is looking at his direction.
That's right, and doesn't seem like he have much smokes to actually cover grounds as well. But he will slowly approach this while he prones in the middle of the open. 35 seconds for him to work with. That is if he doesn't bump into any members of Made in Thailand as well that's looming the southern plains instead. And just take a look at this control. MITH goes on the 2-2 split, taking two teams that will go.
Yeah, I guess this is the time where Pat will consider to deny himself to the zone or give his point to either team. And doesn't seem like he's budging. Maybe he's just trying to crawl into the edge of the circle and try to last it another circle, but it's a bit hard for him. But I think he can. I think there's like a small space that he can still do it.
Yeah, it seems like he's just squeezing by.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Whereas this will still be a lot more for him to work with to crawl right through. Nan decides to bring another vehicle to the picture. They could still go in for a drive-by approach for Archangel Predator to seek out certain intel and then have Elgin bots to be able to try to find at least one more pickoff before the game ends. And MITH, pure discipline. You see, even with these number of damages, they are not deciding to push too far off where they could absolutely be punished if there is one small little mistake. But Pat, I'm not sure if he will be able to really withstand this, but so far hasn't been spotted out by MITH, and it shows it is opting to go in for the exchange against Elgin. And that's going to be a little bit of window, and Elgin bots now goes in for the double peek onto both of these members. And now the rest of MITH closes in against Archangel.
Oh, finally, Pat Dread has been eliminated by Nan, and the points given to Archangel Predator. Now it's up to MITH to probably wrap things up because they have not only the circle, they have the man, and then knocked out to Nan. Only one left. Can they finish up the job? And the answer is yes, they will. Winner, winner, chicken dinner goes to Made in Thailand. Oh,
look at them go.
Calm down.
They even got the chicken at the ready. They knew that this is in the bag for the longest of time. And what a bounce back from game one, receiving nothing in return. And this time we'll celebrate with maximum amount of points by the end of our Miramar run for day one.
Oh yeah, Made in Thailand. Just as you talked about them not getting points at all. I mean, they showed you how it's done.
Yeah, and I absolutely love to be corrected in such a way, right? Like, game one, they have had a little bit of a early battle that didn't really favor them, and that could be say the same about Surfers Esports. This time, approaching attack all around inside the Picado and not finding any form of success. And the question remains, right? Like, do they continue on with this battle the next time they meet in Miramar? But at least now, they settle the score. Attack all around comes out with that win.
And speaking about the Picado fight, right? So, those are AAA winning the fight against Surfers Esports. A little bit of a surprise there. But considering, like, if we really look through like, how it happened, like, AAA got lots of shotguns on their side, so a little bit advantage when it comes to close quarters combat fight there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want now. Okay, now that we're done with Miramar, right? I wonder if tomorrow they will continue to try to even up the odds.
Yeah, I feel like they will have a different strategy to approach how to handle the fights inside of Picado, whereas we see drastic improvements coming from the majority of these teams, especially for E-Arena, where despite the odds of them having a treacherous circle to deal with, the rotations really took a while, but they made it into a top 6 scenario. Also picking up a couple of all these points along the way. So that itself we'll have to check again when they do move into Tego. But what a massive performance. We're looking at Rogue being the star of the show for this second match that we've had here that have been what puts Made in Thailand on the map?
Made in Thailand on the map. Yeah, it does sound like their branding, right? It's like really representing Thailand. Yeah, I really like how they brand themselves, even since before. So congratulations to them, Made in Thailand. So now the first chicken dinner was Cerberus Esports. Second chicken dinner is Made in Thailand. One for Vietnam, one for Thailand. It just shows the narrative of how strong these two regions are inside of the world of PUBG.
That's right, and there's still many of these teams that are hoping to prove themselves. I think like we've seen a lot more of the control being established by a majority of all these teams hailing from Vietnam as well as Thailand when it comes down to how to handle battles. Whereas want to see a little bit more from teams like E-Arena to be taking a little bit more of that center stage approach instead of play from the outskirts. But of course, understanding that every different squad will have different kind of ideation of how to play through each map. I think so long as it's working for them and they're finding that form of progress, that's great enough. I think the biggest curveball right now is how exactly do these teams get maximum points inside Taego, because Taego is quite the difficult map to work around. So there is a massive landfill across from the north as well as somewhere across the eastern side that is covered by water. There is the river, and then on the south side it kind of feels a little bit like Miramar, a lot of open ground, a lot of elevation as well for them to work with. Well, when it comes down to elevation, I would say it's kind of like just hills to work with it instead of mountains. So they will have to really squeeze their brain out to be able to understand the form of rotation they will have to bring in, and especially for those teams that are hoping to start out into some of the city side, it will be absolutely congested, but that is where most of these great loots are.
Yeah, not only to squeeze their brain out, because it's such a small map, for the most part, every starting circle inside this map, there will be a percentage of unplayable area, whether it's the water or whether it's like the side, the far right mountains. So with that being said, the play area will be even smaller as a start. And not only squeezing their brains, but squeezing themselves into the circle as well will be a tricky one.
Yeah, especially, I mean, I've had my fair share of experiences playing Taego where you only get so little time to actually assess what you need to do in these early phases. But of course, an esports setting, it becomes an added pressure because with the phases closing out even earlier on, it is going to be pretty difficult for them. But of course, before we move to that, let's take a look at the leaderboard right now. Made in Thailand surpasses all of the teams within one round. And this is the only round that they've actually acquired points, and they made it to the top with 24.
Oh, wow, and attack all around, 7 kills, no placement points at all. And this is like the advantage of your team if you're able to collect points over kills, but and putting aside placement points, you can still somewhat put yourself on page 1. But if you want to be the champions, you got to get more than that, something like what Made in Thailand is doing right now. Double-digit placement points, obviously with the chicken dinner, double-digit kill points, so they got maximum points. In fact, that double from the second place Archangel Predator, which only has 12 points.
Yeah, and I really want to see how it all adds up, because this is only going to be for match 2. Expendables has gotten 9 so far, whereas for one call they've been remaining pretty consistent despite them not having that chicken dinner. I'm smelling that the team from Indonesia eventually will be able to land one on their own, whereas for Q Confirm, we also see them picking up 7 pointers in this second round of Miramar. Of course, the only 2 teams that we have had high expectations on based on round 1 was both Genius Esports as well as Cerberus Esports that didn't manage to yield those form of results.
Yeah, I'm sure they would make the most out of this break time, because next we'll have a little bit of a break on the broadcast to just reset themselves and be prepared for the smaller map that is Taego. And at this point, there's no consistent pattern of what is going to happen in Taego, because we only played a handful of Taego so far inside this tournament, so anything can happen. Yes, you can kind of like get scrim data or even play casual data, but all that is very different in a full-on competitive setting.
Yeah, when phase 3 sets in, that is where you can just throw all of your playbook aside and just focus on those battles. And I think like for most part, you see the ramp up coming in for many of all these teams. Not only made in Thailand and found success here in Map 2, I think there's a lot to talk about for Archangel Predator for this round itself, where we saw them playing very proactive for both rounds. In round 1, they didn't really find too much of those successes where there was huge clumps of crowd around those hillsides across phase 4, and eventually all this trading done, they didn't really find themselves much of a position point. A few of these kills did go their way, but here they got a good balance of both that adds up to 12, and I think there's definitely more to come for this team that has been the mainstay powerhouses of the Philippines.
Oh yeah. I mean, our Angel Predator has been around like forever, right?
Yeah.
So we can expect them to continue to put on a good show. You had some roster changes here and there. I think that's natural as an organization. But despite them having roster changes, they're still able to pull off a consistent run as well. So looking good so far for Archangel Predator. On the other end, of course, Cerberus Esports unfortunately eliminated early despite getting the chicken dinner in round number 1. So they'll be looking to find their footing back in Tego. Purple Moon Esports also a little bit of a flip here with only 2 points, whereas in the previous round they got a second place finish. So things can still change a lot because it's still round game number 2 in day 1.
That's right, and we're hoping to actually see all these form of curveballs being thrown at all the 16 teams later on when we do move into Tego. But for now, I'm liking what we're seeing, where teams have been able to really amp up their performance round after round, and now adding up those points together, we still see, of course, a little bit more of a 4-way horse race between a few of these teams. Whereas, of course, Cerberus Esports, after a round of receiving nothing, they've only dropped 2 spots. So Turreton 5 will still be in contention, now sitting on second, made in Thailand, with a show-stopping performance like that. I think like you just got to raise your hands up and give it to them for now.
Yeah, I'm looking over at Purple Moon Esports. Right? I think they're still doing however they did during the last chance qualifiers, is that put a lot of kill points in. I'll play some points. If we get it, it's a nice bonus. Of course, like T5 has a better ratio, but Purple Moon Esports have been doing this since the LCQ until now, and they're still sticking to whatever their philosophy is of getting that kill points in and putting play some points second. And so far, it's so good. 70 points, only 7 points difference that made in Thailand, and we're still match number 2. So it still shows that they can still be in the running despite having a sort of like a different approach to the game.
Yeah, and Tego is the decider between all these teams' position, where from second spot all the way till perhaps 8th or 9th, there is going to be a little bit more of that switch up depending on how they actually perform in this map before we even get our way into Erangel. Where inside of Erangel, I think this is where they will feel more comfortable into playing, and when it comes down to the execution of how they move around the map, it really relies on how they actually do it within their own timing as well to be able to reap as much rewards in return. So I'm just looking forward. Tego definitely is going to be that game changer for all these teams.
Yeah, I realized as well, AAA, no placement points at all, but 11 kills.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right? So they're at number 9 earlier on. Not too bad. At the end of the day, it's not about what rank you're at this point. It's about what are the points collected and how far are you from the number 1 team. As long as you can still keep a close enough race, points-wise, putting aside the ranks, anything can still happen up until the last game.
That's true. Like, if you're winning at the very least 2 battles against those squads that are in contention, you automatically win at the very least 7 to 8 points. And if you consistently put each one of all these maps after maps of collection of these points, it still adds up to a whole lot more. So really, with this super rule that it's being implemented, I just absolutely love how fast-paced and how competitive it can get until the very final day, where I believe there's going to be a close race for multiple teams to be able to achieve the champion title.
Yeah, it'll be nice to see a close race until the last game, right? Rather than, one team is already like 50 points ahead by the last game, and the last game, well, doesn't really matter when it comes to crowning the champion, except for like you want to know who else is getting what kind of prize pool by the end of the day. So if we can keep that race up until the last game, I think that'll be nice, and I do expect to see that as well, considering that at least we got round 1, round 2 as a benchmark comparison, right? But anyway, we're going to compare more numbers, more benchmarkings as we go along the game. But before that, we'll be taking a little bit of a short break, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go anywhere. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Contra. We'll be seeing you after this.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Desta. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Desta. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
And back to you, audience. That's what we normally hear. Welcome back to the Pubg Asia Super Cup 2023 Summer, together with me, Sir Cloud, as well as the amazing Contra with me. And
Amazing.
Yeah. Are you amazed that you're gonna cast the first Tego for yourself after this?
I would say I'm ready to be impressed by some of all these teams, but those were amazing rounds back in Miramar, I would say, where we've got a lot of action going on all across each phases of the game. And I think like now with Tego being a little bit more compact of a space for them to play with, expect a little bit more out of all these teams to be locking horns very early on as well.
I'm not gonna lie, Tego is now my favorite map of all.
Tell me why.
Yeah, just because of, well, one thing is a small map, so there's always a lot of action that can happen very, very early. Number two is that it's still a map that is unknown, not as known in the professional scene. So you don't know what to expect really inside Tego. And inside of Tego as well, you have like it's a mini Erangel, I would say. It's not a mini Sandhawk, but it's a mini Erangel, and I think it's fairly balanced of the amount of land versus water ratio. So I think this is a balanced small map, even as compared to Sandhawk.
Yeah, and overall, this also gives them a lot of opportunities to actually accrue as much points as possible. Archangel Predator, especially, we see them really popping off in match number 2, and now given the option to actually play close quarter combat, this is a team that have been able to boast numbers when they do have the chance to do so. Early on, back in Miramar, we see them playing on open terrains for most part, so I want to see them going up against all these top dogs right now. And Q Confirm is also another team that have been consistently proving records with, at the very least, an average of 6 eliminations per round.
Yeah, average of 6, right? I mean, that is actually a good number if you talk about average at the end of the day. So looking forward to see like teams like E-Arena, whether they can do better in this round or not, because again, it's a round where I call this like the Pandora's box round, whereby you don't know what's in it. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and overall, with a lot of all these options for them to locate themselves into certain territories, we are looking at certain areas across the northwestern corner to have a lot of options available. But if you were to be locking yourself into that island itself, there's only a few alternatives for you to cross a couple of all these bridges. You don't want to be swimming inside water because Tego is going to be pretty compact for teams to actually punish. So perhaps areas such as Studio or somewhere a little bit more central is where most teams are eyeing out for. So that, for a matter of fact, we'll also see them also contesting really hard to really secure those form of zones for themselves. Once again, we have the boys of Made in Thailand who have gotten their chicken dinner, and they know the race is not over yet. We didn't really see huge smiles on their faces. It's just sheer focus out of the boys.
Yeah, it's just round number 2, right? I'm sure the players do realize that as well. Guys, okay, yay, we got the chicken dinner. It's cool, but it's only round number 2. So now we're going to jump into the flight path. And fun fact, so our observer director, Jamba, I did have a conversation, and he did say what he liked the most about PUBG is that he likes the cinematicness of the game, the scenery of the game. So,
Me too.
Yeah, best person to be the observer director to give us those amazing shots.
Yeah, and I think like we've seen some amazing spectacles of how some of all these fights went through, and of course, shout out to the people who are behind the scenes working hard on the production end, and of course everyone that put this all together. Of course, this fight starts off from Gangneung, and it will move all the way into Wolsong, meaning to say that any teams that are hoping to land on the outskirts like Hosan Prison will not be able to get to do so. Meanwhile, Hosan could be a very good drop spot for day trade gaming, where look at MITH kicking off the round here, taking on the rest of Global Esports XX, but this being the middle of terminal, there's just so many corners for them to get protection from. So expect them not to really go guns blazing in this area of play.
You know, if you're unhappy with someone and you want to settle a score, where do you drop in this map?
Where?
Wolsong.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Context to those who may not understand, that is a colloquial term.
Yeah,
For-
that is how should you do it? It's a
Unhappy.
unhappy. Yeah, that's a Hokkien
Pissed
term for
off.
unhappy.
Pissed
Yeah.
off at somebody, right?
So you settle the score there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it looks like Q Confirm have Zapalui, hoping to settle some scores against Delwyn, and I have been absolutely impressed by this player of TE that has been able to defy death for so many times back in Miramar. Now has to do it all over again, this time against two members of Q Confirm. A little tricky if you ask me, but from this approach, he's just gonna go proning and pet. The final member that has survived to bring majority of those points back to QC will have to charge in first.
Well, I think this is kind of like a half bait because you can see Tan Vu's position. He always like to take those long range support each sort of position. So if they over push and they get into an open position, right now they still have the walls to cover them, but if they come out to a position where Tan Vu can take the shots, then Delwyn will just finish it off.
Yeah, as the rest of Q Confirm checks around this few compounds, it seems like there's only one place that this player could be where they're taking as much precaution as they can. Meanwhile, the rest of TE, they're also circling them down from the outskirts, so Tanvu can also impact how these fights will go out. Speaking of which, the fights are going on, and QC not overwhelmed just yet. And look at the circle though, it's dissecting between the island as well as mainland, whereas whoever is in terminal, they're going to be able to benefit from this position for at least 2 phases.
Yeah, fun fact as well, this map is actually based off Korea. So, okay, coming back to the fight, a little bit of a trade between these two teams, waiting for the rest of TE to come in to pick up their teammate while trying to win the fight.
Dropping a couple of grenades, Zapaloy doesn't really get those angles. 777 pushing through. He's hoping to deal damage, and the grenades are flying right in. 777 tries to look around the corner, and as they fly right in, Zapaloy is just being swarmed right across. Expendables gets another one in return.
Wow, okay. It looks like TE, they're winning this fight so far. So far, so good for them. But Tan Vu, that was a good evade for him. 777 finish off Pet Dret, and now Q confirmed. Down to only 2 players.
Patrick is still going to be alive though, but he has so little health from the outskirts. So this form of fight that we're seeing here between these two teams could go either ways. But for now, getting a little bit more of that protection here, the Expendables didn't seem like they're in the best spot possible, but if there's going to be any kingmaker of that, it has to be Tanvu from the top of the hill.
Okay, Q confirmed. They're trying to get more out of this, but they don't have a good angle to work with, and they don't have the numbers. Now 777 leading the charge for the Expendables, waiting for the right moment to rush in, but look who's waiting on the other side. Hakai, he's probably looking over this fight. Maybe third-party info to his teammates.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a great opportunity for him. Delwyn now being the next one to be knocked out instead. Q confirm, 2 members left as TE. Expendable slowly overwhelms them with sure numbers. Next one to fall is going to be Old Pons, and now pushing right through. Tanvu still gets one back! And Leon's Q, he can only hold on for so long. Q confirm, crashes out so early.
And Delwyn still survives. They should be able to pick him up. Yes, in time. Just in the nick of time. So TE 4 kills, clean.
Yeah, they just got that perfect ace. Whereas Cerberus Esports sets a trap in the middle of the forest. And in that forest, we're also looking at some members of Global Esports Essex slowly lurking by. Might just see a little bit more of that fight going on later on the outskirts of this terminal. Whereas, I'm not too certain if any other teams want to be part of this party. Well, it's not a party yet. It's just a calm before the storm. But here comes ONC driving by, and he does get the knock. Trick is already down, but he has to deal with more.
Wow, looks like he's been tricked by Fab coming over onto New Generation Esports, and New Generation Esports securing 2 kills back to back. New Generation Esports now 1 call. The rest of 1 call needs to get away, but Chimo have taken off, so 1 call will bring the rest of the round with only 2 players.
I just love how teams are actually setting up choke points here in Tego. They understand that this circle is going to be revolving around the sectors of this river, and the only way to pass that is to really drive by. And NGE knows this all too well, and just like that, 1 call loses 2 members. So it definitely is devastating for the team that's hailing from Indonesia. A couple of rounds we see them getting a lot more points, whereas in Tego it doesn't seem like they have the clear idea of how to really approach this in the early game. Not to their own fault, of course, but those decisions definitely were costly.
Well, it is a new map, and to the benefit as well, this is the first time this map is played with this set of 16 teams. So the rotations, the checkpoints could be a little bit different. Hence, if it's a little bit off, I think it's okay.
Yeah, and as much as Tego has been released for so many months already, it was not included in the esports circuit for most part, which is why we still call it a new map, especially in competitive, where if you're not practicing it, you rather focus on all these maps that you want to get good at. And now with so little time for them to prepare, we're already seeing how all these professional teams are implementing the same ideation that they have from different maps that they've understood. And with that form of assignment, they implement this very well. And look at E-Arena. This is another choke point that we are looking forward to, and E36 might just be a casualty. Instead, they will be moving from right down under and still getting clipped. KE, he will survive for now, but Larix, he's getting tagged as well. 51 HP left, and on the outpost, I'm not too sure they could actually do much, but they did pop tires. Deva continues driving forward.
Yeah, they popped the back tires, so Deva now is dependent on momentum to bring him to wherever he wants to go. Hopefully he'll get there safely. ZZ not letting go of him just yet with the long range shots, but looks like he'll be A-okay with the terrain.
Yeah, being forced out of vehicle and now have to play from the outskirts. The blue zone's slowly setting in as well. And the rest of E36 haven't had the best of run for the past 2 rounds of Miramar. Now getting into this scenario, they are just hoping for a smooth cruise and already getting a little bit more of that challenge. They understand that this is not a point for them to take a fight on the outposts. Whereas Daytrade Gaming didn't have much to find. They've already lost Puchus very early on. And like you said, early fights is what gives Tego a fresh breath of air from what we usually see from other maps.
Yeah, we're only still in phase 1, and we saw one team eliminated, but we got a couple of other casualties as well.
Almost 2 teams if you add all the numbers together.
True enough. Okay, so we're going to see the next phase of the circle. It's going to be still a 50-50 split.
Oh boy.
Ooh, yes, it is. But because this is an esports mode, right? So we definitely won't see the circle ending up in the water. So if looking at this current circle, I think the higher percentage would definitely be on the smaller island on the left.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing if that 5% of chance for it to eventually fall back towards where NGE as well as CES is from, but it also pits everybody all over onto the island instead. So for the first movers, that's great. For MITH, they say, nah, I'm not too concerned. I'm just going to be up in the air, getting directly into the zone, and then figure it out later on. But the challenge is surviving this drop right now, moving directly into the jungle territories. They should be able to at least garner a little bit more of a safety net for themselves. Meanwhile, look at members of UV. They're just around the corner, and Mate in Thailand understands this is too much risk to take those compounds.
You know, the second double-edged sword for using a BTC pickup is that when you land, you not necessarily have a vehicle. Like if you go from a vehicle to wherever you are, you obviously have a vehicle.
Yeah.
So that's something they kind of trade off with.
Yeah, that's why I feel like it is going to be very risky. You got to think twice before you do that. Meanwhile, Cerberus Esports is not going to be thinking twice as they storm right through. Taekwondo 10 HP left, but the damage is done towards Purple Mood Esports. Fluky with that double nade. And both sides seeing damage done altogether.
Wow, but they're not done yet though. So look at it. The rest of Purple Moon Esports coming in. At the same time, UV and EA want some of this.
And Masaki clutches it! He's only got 3 HP! And he wipes off Purple Mood out of tail.
Wow, only 3 HP, but he got to reset quickly now. The rest of them are coming in. And Cerberus Esports eliminated as well. Cerberus Esports, after that win, it was a quick victory. But then again, the quick victory was started by E-Arena, who came in just at the right timing.
And now everyone's just eyeing out on what exactly happened across this compound. UV wants to butt in, but doesn't seem like they were in the right position to do so. At E-Arena, they came in for the scraps and they finally took down the final member of Cerberus Esports. But that explosiveness is what Cerberus is all about. Purple Mood at least walked away with 3 before getting out of the game. Is quite a decent record, but it still holds a little bit more of what they want to achieve in the overall picture. But 5 points, I think it's still healthy.
It's okay. Yeah, since you mentioned that the average is like 6 per round, right? So 5, it's all right there. Yeah, but anyway, good job as well to the third party who came in and took advantage of that. So not only they got the extra point for themselves, but they also secured an entry route after eliminating another team.
Indeed. And I could definitely smell the rivalry brewing between both Purple Moon as well as Cerberus. These two, respectively, currently positioned at second as well as third in the standings, will have to have their scores locked in. Now, Archangel Predator has Nan just waiting across the lines where E36 have their struggle to rotate. And now, bigger struggles ahead. This is basically just 40% of land area that's being left available. And I guess, good notion for those who are already in Yanchang, they will be able to play this out within the city. On the south side, I guess AAA as well as NGE, they can take this your time. Take a look at that triple loot box that's dropping over the south, though. That could be pretty juicy for attack all around. And they can still play around the southern plains for a while. T5 now getting shot at. Pressure is on here on phase 3.
Ooh, okay, Star-Lord. Kind of far away from his other teammates though, still taking out the blue. He has 338, so he should be A-okay. But he seems to be running on foot, no vehicle, so this is a little bit of a risky play there for Star-Lord.
Yeah, and he managed to get a few restocks of painkillers as well as boosters for him to be able to tank a little bit of that damage being done from the outskirts. Global Esports SX takes it slowly and spots out the movements of T5, but won't be able to halt them from reaching the center of Yanchang. GEX slowly finding picks after picks, but so far haven't been able to successfully nail one inside of Tago. GE within the city, but nobody's going to be taking the direct center, because if it shifts even further from the city, it's going to be hard to get out of.
Yeah, it is. But if it shifts inside the city, then it's probably going to be
Perfect scenario.
Yeah, it's a perfect scenario for them. But for us, we're probably going to see a lot of standouts and a lot of holes for all those teams inside of there, just like any other compound fight. But now on the outside, he was kind of surrounded anyway.
Yeah, speaking of which, sharp shots coming in from Enter Forest from top side of the hill. Guess he just revealed too much of his positioning, and now Norrens immediately falls back. Members of Day Trade, they're all over the place this time around. And should I say, there's only 2 members left. Now having to
no.
deal with a few of them. Flying vehicle out of the way, and that's just a distraction for Deva to be able to deal some damage alongside with K. And now, only 1 more standing in the way for Day Trade.
Now I do wonder whether that flying vehicle is a deliberate move or it just happened.
I think it's a little bit of both, right? Like, you take a gamble where you might be able to run somebody over, and you got the rest of your members to work with. So, either ways, style points for them.
Yeah, style points. Yeah, I'll give extra 2 points for that. Can we add into the overall scores? Well, anyway, so now it's going to be E36 trying to find a way into the circle, but look who's waiting for them. It's going to be Archangel Predator inside of it.
Yeah, they've already lost the helmet from those tags that he's receiving. Star-Lord needing to run off of it. Good news for the members of the teams that are already inside Yeonchan. They will be safe and sound for now until they get themselves into another fight. Star-Lord now bows outside of the zone. And slowly and steadily, Deva gets some pickoffs there. Not out of the outskirts. Couldn't really find ways to squeeze right through. But Patrick here to fend them off. Pushing upwards. 1 versus 2 though. We got to need some help for the rest of Archangel Predator. And Alec might just be able to spot them out. And he's just going to be gunning out for Sylvia.
Ooh, this fight's not over yet. Evil Patrick gets another one from the side, eliminating the entire squad. E36 goes down, taken out by Archangel Predator.
E-Arena's here.
The next opponent has arrived, has entered the arena. It's E-Arena themselves.
Yeah, this is where it will be quite daunting for the rest of Archangel Predator because they were the ones pit over onto the corners of the blue zone. Now, with the emergencies being called out, the Expendables is taking advantage of the situation against the rest of NGE. Some damage being done, not enough to knock out Hakai.
Oh, Duck Hughes almost got it though. 50% of health shredded through his shots. But then again, no knockdowns. But they're landing into a war zone. Look at the amount of teams inside of the city.
Man, this is gonna be pretty interesting where the rest of NGE, they decide to take the top of the, what you call temple, perhaps? They will have a little bit of elevation, whereas teams are struggling across the river, on the bridge, attack all around, couldn't make the cut, and there's only so little that they can work with.
Ooh, even Tanaro managed to knee down Fab, and now looking over at Leo, just putting Triple A at bay, just by the bridge. Now Triple A will need to fight against the Expendables. 777 spots out one, tries to take him down, but doesn't have a clear shot.
They're just playing by the edge of the cliff here, and I'm not too sure if there's going to be any form of slip-ups, but the Expendables, they've already done enough damage upon the rest of from attack all around, and that will definitely halt their progress. Meanwhile, Patampong,
Wow.
with 1 Molotov to burn down both Fab as well as Nalty, that's what they get for staying put over a top end of that building. Not much that they can actually do. You can't jump off of it anytime soon without getting picked off. So that's absolutely great. Meanwhile, this is just an urban standoff that we're going to be witnessing later on. Whereas MITH, they're taking it out of the field.
Yeah, Made in Thailand has arrived just behind TE, so it's going to be a bout between the two teams. Right now, shots fired out by 777, by Rogue. Knocked down by Delwyn with Duck Hughes as well, taking out Exquisite.
So quickly! And what's the response? Duckman's a little too far off to actually get much being done. Delwyn squeezing from the lower angles.
Wow, I mean, TE, they are just built differently at this point. Taking the fight against not only MITH, but also taking down Zest from another angle.
I was hoping to see the battle between Duck Hughes as well as Duckmans, but they will try to call it all off as they've already lost 2, and now the chase is on. The rest of TE hunting out for MITH, and they still have to deal with the circle later on. So, with that being said, they have to wrap this fight real quickly. Duckmans as well as Jacob, they're pinned against the blue zone, and there's so little health left on Duckmans.
Oh, okay, Duck Hughes. How are they going to find their way into the circle? I mean, looking at the circle at this point, there's so many teams just by the edge of it having their own compounds. Now, AAA is coming in towards TE, but AAA is still on the outside of the circle as well, and if they choose to move in, they need to fight against TE first.
Sure enough, attack all around. Have managed to at least recuperate and relieve the pressure off of the ambush over on the bridge. and now tries to set one up against Delwyn as well as 777. I think Exclusive just misses the mark ever so slightly. Now he spots out 777, but it's a little too late. Meanwhile, back into the city as we go. Jacob, he might have actually nailed down Silly, but it was Chlorus that secured the number instead. Irina dashes off against Archangel Predator, and Irina playing this very, very safely. They got another compound of their own as UV continuously get numbers after numbers, and MITH will try to trade back.
There you go, there you go. NBK peeked out, secures the kill. MITH eliminated at number 10.
Unicorn Venom stings them like a bee. Well, I'm not sure if a unicorn can sting, but I guess that horn can definitely do quite a significant damage. Anyways, back into the game. Tanvu goes in for the exchange, and it's going to be him knocking down Exclusia after spotting out a fight going down. And it's just absolute havoc that we're seeing across Yeoncheon.
Whoa! 2 niggas back-to-back for Jedi, using the power of the Force to get the knockdown. Both headshots, wow. But still no opening for them to get across.
That was something special. But it also allows a little bit more room for Delwyn to get the resets off. But this is a great opportunity for Attack All Around to set that ambush as they're slowly approaching right in. Damage still being done. Delwyn tries to trade right back, but it won't be knocked out again.
Oh, Jedi, 11 health. That was a close one for him. But now the circle, the zone is going to close in onto them. They need to pop the smoke. They need to get in, but they're being stopped at their tracks.
So close.
No way for him to get across.
And now with them being blinded off, the Expendables is hoping for random grenades to hit the rest of Attack All Around. Only Jedi survives for now. Exclusia, unfortunately, has to give his life away. And more of these nades are slowly dealing pressure against the rest of the Expendables. They're hugging across the corner, now being blinded off as well. Just suppressing Jedi All Around, and Attack All Around eventually bows out.
Yeah, no way. It was difficult for them. They had no space to move at some point. Now, speaking of space to move, between the two teams, GEX looks like they have company in the same area, but TE naded down by Zest.
My goodness, Global Esports Essex just dealing so much with that grenade. And Hakai, he spots out the rest of GEX. We see the retreat coming through. Xavier tries to get the revives off against Leo. Global Esports Essex, this is one of the best rounds so far. And just seeing them understanding the nooks and crannies of Takeo, and now still yields a lot of return and still is within the range of the circle. Arena have also been impressive on how they've been able to survive many of all these pressure that's alien from Archangel, and here we go!
Okay, Unicorn Venom against Archangel Predator. Pau goes down, NBK now, the last man still standing. Jump shot, beautiful, but back cover arrives just in time, and that's going to be Nan saving the day.
Archangel Predator goes on a spree. They have not left off what they've had from Miramar, and now have 5 points on the board for themselves. 7 teams still remain though. Up close and personal, GEX is approaching the rest of E-Arena, but this is going to take a while before they can settle the score. Meanwhile, GE is approaching T5 very closely as well. And this is the tricky thing when it comes down to Takeo. So many compounds for you to really scavenge through, as well as to clear some of all these close proximities in order to secure numbers back. Saber tries to find that pick, and we see Ducky's taken out by the zone instead.
Yeah, he denies the points, probably because he has nowhere else to go, so might as well not give his point away to another team. But now look at the compound on the north side. If the circle moves away, it'll be super interesting to see at least these 3 teams taking out each other.
That's right. E-Arena does have a great point of contest, as they are directly in the center alongside with T5 until the rest of GX pushes through. So I guess they really have to find ways to take appropriate defensive measures when it needs to be put up. So now with the update, it will definitely decide who gets the biggest advantage of it all, and it has to be T5.
Well, the biggest disadvantage to me right now is going to be Angel Predator because they need to cross the road and EA is waiting for them if they choose to go there. If they go to the other side, it's going to be GE. So either way, they need to make sure that their smokes are on point. And right now, Archangel Predator, okay, they're still waiting for the right timing. They're still waiting for it. Probably they're waiting for like fights to happen and all these teams are distracted with each other before they move in.
And I really do hope that they do have a few smokes to be able to set right through the junction where there are a couple of walls that they can defend themselves with, but other than that, there's no building for them to hide behind, and that's where Evil Patrick just basically put the pedal to the metal and moves forward. But that also leaves Nana's walls out in a little bit of a predicament. Arena now is in the middle of the Cotton Cloud smokes, and all these zone grenades are being tossed out as well. This is going to be absolutely difficult, but Archangel Predator is up for that challenge.
Oh, but the rest of them will need to pick up the challenge because two of them been knocked down. The Savior, okay, he'll secure this point. There's going to be another one in the bag for Global Esports XZ. One out there, and right now we can see that Yuri waiting for the right moment. They need to move as well. GX, it's not like they're safe in the circle.
Oh, he's got the tubes at the ready as well. Firing grenades after grenades. This is gonna slowly clear them off from the buildings. And Archangel Predator sees this as a little bit of a chance to cut right through. They only have one member remaining. Meanwhile, Leo being blinded off. Thankfully, he's not being picked off just yet. I'm not too sure if he's gonna be able to get out with much in return, but the zone and inside is just hugging by the corner wall, thankfully not being burned out by the Molotov.
Oh, that was a super close one there for inside, so he's A-okay for now. Aljib was the last man for Archangel Predator, is still on the other side of the road. So without any more space, it's either he chooses to deny himself or he forces his way across and probably might give his point to another team.
Yeah, and just seeing how Yuri is just zoning off both E-Arena as well as Archangel Predator, they eventually have to make a move, and Yuri gets punished. Quick hit shot coming in from KM99, and E-Arena might just be able to just close in on the rest of GEX. With them pushing right through, it's only Leo left standing in the way, but now EA currently stuck inside a building.
Oh yeah, right now EA stuck in the building without the circle, so this is going to be hard for them. But they are still waiting for Leo to show himself, so I don't know. What will Leo do? Does he want to consider to deny himself?
Well, I guess like he's just going to hold on to his angle because even his fallen allies are giving all the intel that they need. Savior just hearing all these footsteps as well moving. Now he's being taken out, and now GEX still has two to work with at the very least. Yuri now picked off.
Yeah, immediately goes down again, leaving Leo all alone. KM99 tries to land the shots onto Leo. Leo peeks out. Leo wins the fight!
And he gets it! MG3 to back in those 2 points as they are now in the top 4. Meanwhile, GE as well as T5 with the most members remaining. Archangel Predator will finish on 4th position with Cloris closing out the final member of Archangel Predator.
Well, there's the time for T5 to pick up the lost points from before. Right now they have GE who's trying to get into the circle, and Zed, where is he going to go? I mean, he needs to get across as well, but so much open space between him and Patapong.
Yeah, and for Tiraton 5, they've already got clear ideas of where Genius Esports members are. As you see them struggling to make ends meet, Clory's already being knocked out. Yuta slowly getting revived, but it's hard to actually reach out. GEX, as good as it gets, 3rd place finish, their best position so far here in the Grand Finals.
It's amazing how long GEX held out, especially the fact that T5 knows exactly where they are and they don't have much space to move. Clory is taken out by Rosidet, and now it's going to be GE, last 3 versus 4 from T5.
Great blinding coming in from this, all these flashes that these teams are utilizing, but GE, they're needing to find ways to work this one out, and they create clouds of smoke to push right through towards T5, and what T5 does is to drop more and more grenades. Sir T is going to be pretty far away to join in the fight, but if he can find a flank angle, this could turn the fight around towards their favor, and slowly but surely, T5 just wipes them out one after another. Zest outside the zone, hoping to deny these points away. The final member remaining, and finally, T5 will be able to get a chicken dinner of their own.
Yeah, the members of GE managed to deny themselves to the zone, so no points given to the opponent from there, except for maybe one, but that's about it. Other than that, T5 getting the chicken dinner, and I think they got like maybe 6 or 7 kills from that round. But of course, 10 maximum rank points from there. So it's going to be a decent round for T5. I'm sure they would have wanted more because they are a team who has shown a lot of fights, especially during the last chance qualifiers for the potential teams as well. But yeah, anyway, still 3 rounds. It's all about being consistent and collecting the points, and T5 is in the house.
Yeah, and it's just phenomenal performance throughout the course of these 3 maps that they've played out. And so far, we've not really seen T5 dropping out too early. They've already had what we said early on, an average of 5 points of eliminations. And this time, they played the war of attrition, where they were the first movers into the city of where it was on the final circle, and they lasted out with majority of their members still being left alive for most part, and finally being rewarded with that chicken dinner after those multiple attempts is definitely a joy for the fans that have supported it for so long.
Yeah, and the fact that this circle, the first circle was split between the 2 different islands, right? So that's why we see a lot of early migrations, naturally, if there's a lot of early migrations, there'll be a lot of fights, and we saw a lot of this kind of while they are traveling type of fights happening.
Yeah, there's just so many altercations that may have actually gone in favor of certain teams, and I think like one of the show-stopping ones were actually Purple Moon versus Cerberus Esports, and then it just sparks out this huge flurry of battles that happens around that jungle area, where Archangel Predator, they found members of E36 to rake up majority of those points, and eventually Archangel Predator have found their way into the top 4 as well.
Yep, Archangel Predator, kind of surprising as well, the fact that they lasted that long, because they left one player behind, considering that that one player knows that there's no way that he can cross the road. I think we'll see it later in the highlights, so that's why he kind of denied himself to the zone, and he just stood behind just to like get as many placement points as possible at that point, knowing that he cannot get across anyway. So there was a good strategic move from Archangel Predator.
Yeah, and there's a very good reason why the Expendables were one of the top tier teams back in the group stages. You saw how, despite them being put into a difficult situation against Attack All Around, immediately they had this quick thinking to throw out as many flash grenades as possible to deny any form of vision as well as entry. And the smokes weren't helping Attack All Around. And, you know, going into the final circle itself, I think T5 have already gotten as much of these areas covered up, and that has made it really difficult for GE to actually close in on them.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, again, another different team getting the chicken dinner, so there's no team really dominating this just yet.
That's right.
Yeah, so with that being said, you know, I'm still looking forward to see that up until the last game, we have a good handful of teams still able to eye for the championship. And it's going to be, the anticipation is going to be to the end if that happens, and it's going to be super fun.
Yeah, and I think like the race is really on for these 2 nations, namely Thailand as well as Vietnam, that have been putting huge records, and now even the Philippines is going to be a huge contender. Of course, when I say the Philippines, it has to be Archangel Predator, and not only that, I think ONC, One Call, had some really good games going for them, but Intego picked off way too early, and it's due to the fact that other teams just understood there are certain areas that you could basically just abuse a choke point and just set up a trap, and I think One Call was one of the teams that fell for it.
Yeah, that's where in a map that is newly introduced in the competitive scene, like you might not have as much data as compared to like Eranga or Miramar, so you don't really know like what are the trends or what are the best practices of the teams. Everyone's just experimenting, just trying it out and see what works, and yeah, things just happen.
And I like the fact that these teams have all these grand ideation that came into fruition, and now Zeroton 5, of course, with the chicken dinner, have brought in 18 points in Taego.
18 points. So far, no team has gotten a double-digit kill point overall. But Cerberus Esports, despite them going up fairly early, but like what you mentioned earlier during the cast, they managed to get like 5 kill points, still putting them on page number 1. So pretty decent, but I'm sure they would have wanted more. Anyone would have wanted more. But yeah, to get 5 points and still go out early, that's not too bad.
The closest one to that double-digit mark is actually the Expendables, where there were a lot of all these impossible situations that they actually survived out of, and those really early trades that actually went in their favor. We saw them battling on that small little compound, and it could have actually gone either ways, where things could have actually looked pretty bad. But hey, they pulled right through, and I think like this team still got a lot of fight in them to prove when we do move into our upcoming map, which is going to be Erangel. So now just look at the board. Made in Thailand, Day Trade Gaming, One Call, as well as Q Confirm. These were the names of the teams that seen some of the struggle. Despite that, we saw Made in Thailand actually get into the circle, but losing out the trade against TE.
Yeah, I was expecting that. The fact that they got into the circle like fairly okay, they would have gotten some points, but it's going to be 0 points in that round. So anyway, what matters is the total points collected so far. So looks like a swap at the number 1 spot, whereby T5 is now at number 1 with 37 points, opening up a little bit of a gap, 9 points difference than Genius Esports, and the rest of them, look at how close they are.
Oh boy. It's just a single digit that actually determines who actually moves into that number 2 spot in the upcoming game. Honestly, with how the rate of success these teams are going through, you can have one bad round and one good round to turn things over. We see Made in Thailand, who was on top of the board before, has now been pushed to number 5, and that's how competitive this whole scene is here in Asia.
Yeah, I'm looking over at the attack all around as well. Still without a single placement point, but they got themselves 13 kill points. I mean, look at that ratio, right? But still at page number 2, because yeah, I mean, this is the grand finals we're talking about. It's not only about getting into the top 8, it's all about getting that number 1 spot. So if attack all around wants to challenge for the number 1 spot, they need to start finding that balance between placement points and kill points.
Yeah, and I think like the perfect balance is now in the hands of Tiraton 5. We've seen it since Miramar, and we see it now here in Taego, just clawing their way to the top. And this is definitely a team that has a certain formula that has been tried and tested. And with that, Tiraton 5 has been showing up with all their members. So I don't think that there is one such superstar that has been popping off within their team. So far, their formula is just to ensure the survival of all 4 of their members, and then with the strength in numbers, they will be able to do more.
Yeah, and well, since we watched the 3 rounds, right, and all of them have different chicken dinners, and all of them have various of performances. The team that we thought that, oh, okay, started off well, then it flips from map to map and all that, and so on and so forth. So it's still anyone's guess who would really, really do well inside of the grand finals too. But one thing's for sure is that so far out of the 3 chicken dinners, 2 of them are taken by a Thai team. Yeah, 2 of them taken by a Thai team and 1 by a Vietnamese team. So it just shows that how strong the Thai region is still at this point.
That's right. And overall, let's take a look at the top fraggers of the day so far, and we're having Leo that leads the pack from Global Esports Asset, and they will have him scoring not only the highest damage being done, but 6 kills being taken across the board for this match in Taego.
Well, I'm looking at the ratio between Leo and Tanvu. It's like about the same amount of damage, but Leo gets more kills, so he's a little bit more efficient as compared to Tanvu. And at the end of the day, what matters is securing the kill points. You can deal as much damage as you want, but if you can't get the kills, the points don't come in as well. So Leo is being efficient with that.
Yeah, and from the approaches that they're taking as well, Tanvu does play a little bit more of that supportive flank role as well, what we saw early on. And I guess like this is where he actually supplements a lot of all these damage numbers back in return. And of course the kills for the expendables actually is distributed from a lot of different members. Well, I'm not too surprised that Hisaki is also up there, but Chloris definitely have put on quite the showing across all these rounds, not only in terms of survivability for GE, but that he's been able to at least get most of these points back.
And yes, those are some of the top individual performers so far. That could change because we still got a lot of maps to go. And the numbers are not that huge if you kind of think about it. Like the highest is 6. That means on average right now with 3 rounds, it's only 2 kills per round. So that's kind of that's kind of okay, right? It's not like wow, like one person gets like 10 kills by now and so on. So it's still fairly close with all these individuals.
That's right. The only explosive round where we saw the winners actually get the most points out of was actually from Made in Thailand back in match number 2. And despite that, it wasn't to say that, hey, this one man is doing everything for the team. It was distributed like at least 4 takedowns on an average across the board. And I guess like, what more can you ask out of these players, right? Like in an esports setting, to even get one, sometimes it's so difficult when you are playing with some of the best in the world.
Yeah, it is very different if you play a ranked game versus, well, in a tournament like this, right, whereby you have like right now at this stage, the best 16 teams in the tournament. So for him to get like 6 kills so far, an average of 2 per round, it's definitely commendable. And at the end of the day, it's also a team effort, right? Like it's not only about individually getting the skills, but as a team, if you're able to get those skills in, then that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, and I just love that Global Esports SX, they are actually playing from their own rooms as compared to some of these players who are, you know, inside of a gaming house in their own training grounds per se. So you can feel GX, they're absolutely comfortable in their own environment, where of course they've started their careers out of this in front of their computers.
Yeah, don't all the players do, like you always start off in your own bedroom, if not you go to a cyber cafe, it's either one, right? And at some point, if you work hard enough, then you end up like maybe like Cerberus Esports. They're having their own place, sitting together, enjoying this tournament, and so far it's an okay day for Cerberus Esports. I mean, you can't complain if you got a chicken dinner.
Yeah, other than the chicken dinner, you see them really being very actively looking for those numbers back, even despite them losing some of all these trades, but they've always ensured that whatever battles that they take, there will be casualties. And that is why a lot of all these teams have had respect for, of course, this household team out of Vietnam.
Yeah, it's a lot of experience as well playing at the global stage. So let's see here. Can they maintain the level of consistency as we jump into game number 4? This will be the first Erangel of our grand final stage, and the flight path a little bit on the southern side, I believe, but cutting across to the left. So I believe that most of the drop spots can still be accessible to the teams, except if you plan to go to Severny or Zarki, then it's a little bit of a travel.
Yeah, and even with it being a little bit far off from Severny or Stauber, to say the very least, there's ample vehicles across all these intersections where they could basically pick up for their whole squad to be able to move across these part of the maps of where they like to decide which city to call their own. Whereas on the northern point around Pachinki, we will see the battle between the Expendables versus Attack all around, and they decide we want the exact same compound. We're gonna play up close and personal from the get-go. Quick pickups coming from Excaluzia. He's only got the Tommy gun, but he will have to make do.
I am seeing a trend here with Attack all around, is that they like to drop in the middle of the map. Whichever compound it is, like Picado for example, and now it's going to be Pachinki. But Pachinki, well, very, very popular spot. You don't expect it to be vacant for you, so I'm pretty sure they know that another team is in here.
That's right. Now Janku unleashes a flurry of bullets coming from his UMP. He's only got another S6 to work with, at least when it comes down to such a close proximity fight. That S6 shotgun will definitely be deadly so long as you land that killing blow.
Yep, here you go. Most importantly is to land the shots first. And so far, we haven't seen any big shots landed. Maybe like one on the 777, and that's about it. But most importantly as well, no knockdowns just yet. And looking at the two teams, TE, I wonder if they want to exit and go up to that church on top of the hill, or do they want to remain and fight? Now, the fact that the circle is in Pachinki, or Pachinki is part of the circle, I think this is going to take a while.
Yeah, it will take just a little while, but the damage has been done. Jedi, with those grenades, will be able to land it perfectly onto Duckhues. As much as members of AAA seem like they were not getting the best out of weapons, they made the best decisions possible with the utilities.
Well, GEX and EA duking it out somewhere else as well, and the Pachinki fight's not over yet. Duckhues is still down on his knees, not picked up by his teammates yet. And this should be an opening for AAA, just that they have Tanvu, the Expendables have Tanvu on the rooftop, and with this kind of vision, we can kind of stop AAA from coming in.
Yeah, he's just holding down the fort, whereas Skirt, he's holding on to a VSS of his own for a little bit of added range. Now, it's just a lot of coverage coming in from Tanvu, where he has to pick a certain angle to focus on, where AAA is also marching up ahead. He won't be able to hold them all off completely, but whatever damage done, it won't be valuable, especially now with a member carrying that AUG. They can basically unload a lot more. But the arena, though, slowly losing out members here by the port of Ferry Pier. Lyrics only got the PP Bison to work with, and he spots out Upchen, but I'm not sure if they can get out of this.
Oh yeah, this is hard, because right now GEX, I guess they're pretty confident with the couple of knockdowns, especially after the reset, but Leo is just buying time for his other teammates to come, and he will be the one to try and hold the fort. Leo tries to secure that kill, and he gets it against KM99. He will be able to pick up his teammate now.
But there is going to be a slight push up ahead as well. And E-Arena just absolutely getting suppressed. KM99 has got no business doing their Insight really has to hold it for himself right now. But exchanges go true. Insight still lands it. An AK to the head of Upchen.
Okay, Leo waiting for the right moment. He knows that someone's just right below him. Not sure if Insight knows that Leo is right in front. Okay, Insight knows right now. Leo launches the shot. It hits the ground. But now we're going to see a 1v1 fight.
He's trying to hold off the angles, but he's not looking in the right direction. Inside, he's doing it at all. 6 HP left. So he lost that helmet. But now they have turned it against the rest of GEX.
Well. Look how the tides have turned. EA now only left with 2 players left. The rest of GEX, we have Xavier here trying to be the one to save his other teammates. And now with the Vector in hand, trying to find a good angle, but not able to. Yuri is in the house, but Yuri immediately gunned down.
My goodness, Larynx is just so quick. And now, Inside, they will pick this all together with Larynx, but Xavier, now with the Vector, can still prove to be deadly in close quarters. Damage being done towards Larynx, 20 HP left, and they've done it! GEX shut down on the match.
Wow. It feels like Larynx, it was just a diversion. It's like, okay, take a couple of shots, it's fine. And his other teammate comes for the other angle and just finish up the job. That was great coordination by them.
And what a clutch by Inside as well. You saw him playing from the open field into these compounds, and he has been able to knock 2 members out of GEX to make it entirely possible. And then, of course, that was the final blow to GEX. They should have not lost control of their peer.
Yeah, they got the first few knocks, but you know, that just happens. I mean, it's a 360 game, right? So opponents can come from multiple angles, and they didn't anticipate that.
Yeah, it's just great priority coming in from E-Arena on which guy to target first as well. How they've been able to maneuver around with so little on there. Inside was literally on a single-digit health. Now, of course, the game continues as we have Cerberus Esports having a little bit of a predicament here on the southern side of Mount Gatka, I call it. Some people can argue with me that it's Mount Georgia Pole. But tackle around, look at that. Everybody's getting a real estate of their own. And this fight is still continuing between them as well as TE.
I'm still going to argue it's Mount Gatka.
Mount Gatka. I prefer Mount Gak.
I've never heard Mount Jogoku though.
Some people told me that, hey, it is the hill at South George. Whatever it is, man.
Oh,
And finally, Daylight finds that elimination by dropping that grenade onto 777 after knocking him down. Attack all around. Only find that slight advantage right now. Tanvu is not left off from the rooftop from the last 3 minutes that we last checked in on him.
oh yeah, he's still there. My goodness. But anyway, I mean, it's a decent position as long as you don't get knocked. You can get good vision. You can possibly get the high ground to low ground advantage when shooting. Possibly high possibility of landing the headshot. So that's kind of okay area. Just like how our Age of Predator is at this point. Okay area. Unicorn Venom wants to get their okay area as well. That's why they go up to the high ground.
Sure enough, they have speed, momentum to bypass some of all these shots fired by Archangel Predator. Meanwhile, the Expendables having a little bit of struggles of their own, but they will continue on this time,
Ooh.
spotting out Excaluzia with his
Here we go.
back turn. This is still not going to be a pickoff by Delwyn.
I mean, Mini 14, despite it looking like a, okay, it's long range specialist and all that, but actually the recall for Mini 14 is quite high. I noticed that Hatzawa ran into the compound and immediately got taken out. So he wasn't prepared for that. But the good thing is that his other teammates evaded this compound that was held by Unicorn Venom, and they managed to find a compound of their own.
Out of the many Vietnamese teams out there, I think like Unicorn Venom has yet to find that formulation in order to get whether it's high takedowns or even positioning points. But it's understandably why. Finally, now with them getting that early access into Mount Gakta, this might prove to be something. But if they're pushing upwards and immediately goes directly onto the crosshairs of Van, of NGE, Exquisite, one of the top fraggers throughout the course of day one, eliminated very early on.
Ooh, okay, taking out their one of their main fraggers. Wenger as well securing another kill. So that's going to be another one in the back for them. Jacob, on the other hand, mainly talent so far. Other than the fact that they lost Exclusive fairly early on, looks like they don't bump into any other fights. But we're back inside of Pachinki, and because we're still at phase 1, that means the Pachinki fight is still in the circle.
Is this going to take it all the way into phase 2, perhaps?
Yeah.
And by phase 3, if they're still not moving, I don't know what will actually move them by then. So, attack all around. We've never seen them actually bailing out from a fight. For the past 3 maps that they've played, they're fully committed on taking on teams, and the last we saw back in Tego, it was these exact 2 teams that were taking each other out.
Ooh.
And I'm pretty sure that Attack All Around wasn't really happy with that result, that the Expendables have managed to upset them. Now, with UV being directly in the center of the circle, a lot of pressure will be on this respective team out of Vietnam. Meanwhile, MITH, they've repositioned, they're coming in from the North Point, eventually will have to hit over onto South George. The Expendables have had maybe notions where they will have to leave the city, but last I checked, not many vehicles inside of Pachinki.
Yeah, I guess so. Normally, like, the vehicles would spawn on the outside of Pachinki. So, whatever it is, they still need to get out of the city. I wonder who would win this fight at the end of the day, because it's still a 50-50 thing. But
surprise.
Tanvu, just as I mentioned it, Skirt immediately gets taken out.
And now Exclusia as well. The Expendables once again winning out the trades. Attack all around. They went blindly into the building separately. And just like that, being punished. And that is the final blow. Duck kills with the double.
Finally, this standoff ended with Triple A losing the fight. So it's Triple A winning once inside of Picado, and then they lost this with different teams.
Yeah. Well, I guess like all these form of pressure that they've got themselves into, dropping directly in the center, have not really yielded as much as they wanted. But UB though, they've punished the rest of CES moving into the circle, and that only leaves both Tycon as well as another member of CES to be stranded on the wheat fields. This is one of the worst places to be right now.
Oh, yes, and they're all clumped up with each other, so if any team were to come crashing, tosses a nade, tosses utilities, that's going to be hard for them. Right now we can see the Hakai getting a knockdown onto Kale somewhere else, and this is where, because you can't think about it, right? We're only in phase 2, but it feels like we're like phase 4 onwards.
Yeah, like this is how well these teams know Erangel to be able to leverage on some of the positional advantages that they do have. Of course, when it comes down to urban terrains, it will go on for a very long time, just like what we saw with TE as well as Attack All Around. Jexi, though, nails that shot against Nalty. And One Call feeling a lot more confident moving into Erangel this time around. NGE being suppressed from multiple angles, including Enter Force that's dealing a little bit more damage onto Van.
Ooh, and Deva got knocked down to Hakai, so that's out for Hakai. Now, E36 looks like they are holding this strongly, coming across onto NGE, just right below the Deva now. Has a good angle, but the smoke is blocking his vision.
He's just got to find a way to push right through, hiding right behind the tree, but the damage is done. Fab, first one to go out of NGE, and this flurry of grenades is not letting them loose all too much. Nox now exchanged, and now with only Van being the healthy member alive, you see Jexi having the best vantage point possible to pick those numbers up.
Wow, and Jexi can actually steal those kills away. He just needs a clear shot. But now, while waiting for that to happen, the circle, it is still the Gaka Mountain, and One Call is on top of it.
This is going to be the perfect position for them, and the only way that they could be dispossessed out of this mountain is if Genius Esports actually push right through. But I don't think that this is going to be the priority for GE right now, because they will still have to watch their stakes. And Jexi now sees Duckmans moving in with a UAZ and Jacob alongside. At least they know what exactly to do against this team here that's only having 2 members to work with. But One Call, they cannot afford to also let loose of the teams that's slowly surrounding them for the moment.
Okay, T5 still trying to hold this area. Rosita knockdown needs to be picked up, but Rosita is on the outside. I believe his teammates still need to get towards him, but the circle will close anytime soon. Right now, Larry's all alone, trying to climb this mountain, but he has to be aware that One Call is waiting.
Yeah, this is just a little bit more of that added pressure for One Call. But with so many teams vying for this high hill, this is going to be not only a race to the top, but it's a battle of who is the king of the mountains here. Chibarit tries to line that one. Oh, and that apparently was a headshot. Wow. A quick tap, and he's going to look for more members of GE.
Yeah, quick tap with the M24, immediately getting the knockdown, but because of the terrain, he couldn't secure that kill, so should be able to pick him up. That should be a-okay, but that's just also another signal that, hey, someone's waiting on the other side of this mountain, so don't cross the line.
Yeah, they are just taking great precautions right now. One Call just absolutely dominating on top of the hill as the rest of the teams are playing on the lower grounds, hoping that eventually when the dust all settle, it will have the circle pull all the way down. Jexi receiving a little bit of a shot, but it won't be all too lethal for now. Painkillers will do. E-Arena only having Lyric surviving. This will be as passive as he plays, so long as there's no pressure coming from MITH.
Yeah, he'll be ping chilling here for a while. He has the circle, he has this kind of like a rough opening for him to just stay there all alone, so I think he'll be fine for now, unless another team just happens to pass by, but if not, he could last a few phases.
True enough, and at least for one more phase, from the looks of it, 20 seconds and less, phase 3 closes out, and we will eventually see where exactly the next circle takes us. Currently, as it still stands, T5 is still in the lead, despite them not really getting any points at all here in Erangel, but what we usually see out of T5 is that there will be a lot more active heading into that late game, and now speaking of T5, they once again have that late phase of the circle.
Well, the team that doesn't have it is the teams on the top of the Gaka Mountain here. It's going to be One Call and GE, so both of these teams need to move. Same goes for the couple of other teams just right below of Gaka Mountain. And now GE, they must take the fight, assuming that One Call doesn't want to let go of GE.
There's only a few options available for right now for the two teams on over the top. If they do have those vehicles, they can decide, take those vehicles, move into South George, and slowly move into a certain ground that they would be able to get themselves safe, or else take this fight, which is what One Call is currently doing.
Yeah, One Call. They see 4 points in the bag. But hey, wait a second. Typhoon knocks down 30 from another angle?
Oh, this is going to be a great opportunity for One Call if that's the case.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So they probably have read the kill feed, and now they're like, okay, let's go for it. That's why you can see Trick going up for, coming in from another angle, going up for the flanks. Onto GE. They want to take the points out of GE.
And GE, they're not going to be holding back for now. As much as their backs are against the zone, they can only propel ahead, and the only way to do so is to fight this way, their own way out. Trick, though, he will find a little bit more of a different position. I'm not too sure why he's looking up in the air. I was hoping for a drop, perhaps, but no, and now being picked off. Q confirmed, will not get that mark. Instead, it was Fluky as well as Nan, working from two different teams in order to get those damage done. Genius Esports.
Okay.
This is as close as it gets.
This is as close as it gets. If this nade could land into the opening
does.
on the right, but Yuda loses the gunfight.
And another nade drops right in. Chibrit is being knocked out. Tree member still standing in the way. GE, as much as damage is being let right through, this is them also needing to pick up Yuda, and this is go time for Jexy.
Oh, Jexy, if he waits any further, okay, a little bit too late there. Now Jexy
Sees him.
needs to win the fight. Jexy just right now, Jexy gets another,
Oh!
Jexy gets two! Beautiful by Jexy, but the zone arrived at the wrong timing.
And there's only one member left on each side. Zess, can he do it though? They find the Expendables out of the map, but the fight continues up top of the hill. Tricks have a little bit more health to work with, but he's outside of the zone. He's marching out of him. Jacob's waiting for him as well. Genius Esports trying their best to survive, and it's One Call that gets eliminated first.
Ooh, One Call eliminated first, and somehow Zess still survives representing GE. And now Zess, how long can he survive? Because we're still at 10 teams. If he goes out, now it's still going to be 0 placement points.
And it's Made in Thailand that had the last laugh. They were waiting by the foothill and now taking that battle against E36. Circle continues to drop further and further away from MITH. But they do not care. They want to pick up as much points as possible. And now Patampong has got this firing range for him as well as the rest of T5. Hunting out for those numbers from this point onwards.
Oh, now MITH need to go up against Q confirmed just
Good
right
nades.
below them. Nades tossed out by Rogue. Will he be able to land those shots? He does, but not able to take anyone down just yet. E36 is going to come in from behind.
Oh, this is going to be pretty bad, but I'm not too sure if this is going to be a good idea or not coming from E36, as they're hoping to choke off the rest of Made in Thailand. Q confirm, holding them off from another angle as well. This might just be overwhelming, but Rogue, and there's more shots fired up ahead. This is gonna come in from Duckmans and MITH to get to Rogue, still going on an onslaught, but will be taken down.
Oh, Jacob now, high ground. Can Jacob secure that knockdown to Deva?
That's it.
Jacob very, very close. Oh my goodness, Jacob needs to reset.
And Jacob, he's already got 4 in the bag.
Wow.
MITH, they're pulling this out of a magical hat, whereas the rest of QC, they're also finding a little bit more of that struggle being under this foothill. There is still a few more challenges that are coming in from the top side, and they're just waiting for Archangel Predator to slowly move downwards, and that's where lower ground advantage will be for them.
Okay, yeah, Archangel Predator, let's see how they're going to overcome the lower ground, but lower ground, no problem for Archangel Predator as Opons goes down to Evil Patrick. Aljin Boss trying to find the right angle. Aljin Boss is right in front of him, he has that angle, and here we go! Woo! Archangel Predator dominating this area, but one more left.
Just look at how well Elgin Boss take this fight. He just pushes forward on the perfect timing, clearing all these movements all across. Archangel Predator now 3-point streak and will secure more. He's being blinded off. Elgin 3 HP left. And with 1 HP, Nan goes down. Now only Evil Patrick as well as Alec left.
Oh, here we go, Evil Patrick. Needs to move further forward. The zone will put pressure onto them. Q confirmed. Leon's picking up his teammate. Duckman's on the other side. Tries to find a good angle to secure those kills, but not able to do so. Because our Agent Predator, they still have the high ground advantage, but they don't have the circle. The zone has arrived.
And they just really have to claw their way out of this by hook or by crook. And Duckmans arrive to the scene, bringing out the numbers to 5. Still looking for Evil Patrick as well. Duckmans, can he survive? No time for a pickup perhaps. And he's just going to bring his allies on board. Jacob, as much as he have contributed so much for MITH, finally he will be able to put it by the rim of the circle. And now this will be updated. And T5, lo and behold, still survives to tell the tale until the final circle remains.
I can't say the same for our Agent Predator. They just got eliminated from that high ground. And we have still at least one player tanking out the blue at this point. Unicorn Venom in a good position as well. They have a compound within the circle. Looks like it's going to be hard to challenge them.
Very difficult to do so. Unicorn Venom honestly doesn't really have to do all too much. They just have to wait for the rest of these squads to move directly into the center, and it's just a flat ground for them to get that bird's eye view. And Daytrade Gaming is doing exactly the same for himself. The only problem for Daytrade, they have to be moving in as well. So whatever smokes they really have to set up flaming zone.
Okay, here we go. Leon's, he sees Jacob. Is he going to pull the trigger? No, he's not, because he knows he's the last man standing for Q confirm. But Jacob knows that Leon is there as well. Both of these players just waiting for them to show themselves, and Jacob pulls the shot, and Jacob takes out Leon's.
And all the effort coming from Duckmans to save his ally will be able to draw even more points. Jacob absolutely on fire. 5 takedowns so far here in our first round of Arangol in map number 4. And Unicorn Venom, they've been waiting steadily for these other players to be moving in. Meanwhile, Purple Moon have not really drawn too much of attention, though they have got 4 in the back smell. Have been able to sniff him out and will be able to take one down. Taiwan needs to run right in, but the further they go, the more danger there is, as it's all coming in from Unicorn Venom.
Okay, they're not done yet though. Now the nade coming from Smell. Can those nades land? We can see multiple nades launch onto the opponent. Tanawa will be naded out by NBK. Unicorn Venom got the first knockdown, but they need more. They want more out of Purple Moon Esports.
They're on! Whoa! Just like that, Chill will wipe them off from Arangol, and this is where we only have 5 more teams remaining. Beautifully done by UV.
Beautifully done. All those nades launched in synchronization, taking the entire squad out. And now MITH, Duckmans is still on the outside of the circle. He needs to move, but his opponent knows exactly where he is, and if he shows himself, he could be taken out. Duckmans, what's he going to do? He might give himself away to the blue.
Not too sure if that's really the best case scenario, but he has to do what he has to do. So for now, Duckmans will give himself away, will slowly deplete outside of blue zone, and now relying only on Jacob to draw those points back. So far, if there's anyone out there that could close it all off, it has to be Jacob. Well, Duckmans, of course, will finally be taken out outside the zone. Daytrade, 4 members strong, surviving, and that actually puts them up ahead, along with the rest of UV to contest for that chicken dinner. I'm still not counting out T5 as of yet, but look at how things are going for them. T5 will need to find ways to slowly move from the north point into the center.
Well, in fact, T5 seems to have a good advantage, but then again, because there's a road and the majority of the circles on the left side of the map, that means there's a possibility that T5 will need to get across, so they need to plan. And whenever you need to plan to get across, it's never going to be easy. They do have a vehicle though, but hopefully they have enough smokes.
And for now, I think like many of all the smokes were deposited in those early battles that they've already locked themselves in. As for perhaps UV, they might have actually stocked a lot more for their own, as they have only got long-range trades so far. So now with them needing to cut across all these corners, Norin's just playing it very safely, just stalking on Sapao. And when it comes down to these exchanges, just look at him go, going for those red dot side. And usually, pro players like this, they could still draw hit shots even on this mid-range that they're going to be committing into these battles. One grenade, send over onto the vehicle. not going to catch on to T5, but Daytrade will keep sending nades after nades, and that will catch on to Patompa.
Oh, here we go. Belmont's not done yet. Tosses out another nade, hoping to secure that kill. Tosses a Molly as well. This is the time where they start to use all their utilities. Daytrade Gaming, before start of this game, they were at number 16, and now doing so far so good as they take out Patapong as well.
Huge nade coming from Pubg, and that definitely has altered the state of how T5 plays this one out. Only one member sustaining here in the top 3 scenario, and Daytrade Gaming, they still have all the members alive, but Unicorn Venom is about to change that scenario.
Okay, here we go. Unicorn Venom can come as a third party because all the fights are focused on the left side of the map. Now Unicorn Venom, but before the Tana Dog gets a knockdown, can he get the second one? He gets the knockdown to Puchus. Rosita will be taken out by Puchus. And now Tana Dog, the last man, but no miracle story for him.
And now that depletes one member out of Daytrade, and Norris now getting tagged from Unicorn Venom, and this might just be the first chicken dinner for UV. Perhaps MBK being knocked out, but they still have Sapao here trying to find ways to land bullets onto Flash, but he's way too fast, too dangerous as well. Members of Daytrade all disperse into different angles, and UV might find it a little bit difficult to catch them.
Yeah, this could be the moment here for Unicorn Venom, unless Daytrade Gaming can pull off something insane. And right now, we can see that Unicorn Venom trying to find a good angle there, trying to shoot through the vehicle, but not able to land it.
Daytrade does have to circle as well. Their playing time, 30 seconds on the clock. Though UV is going to be closing in, there is so little room if they do not have smokes to at least leverage on for now. Norins now repositions and tries to find a way to pick on Sapao in tandem.
Okay, with that knockdown, Daytrade Gaming pretty much left with 2 players. Make that 1. Now it's going to be 4v1. We can say that UV, they can wrap things up, and with that last shot, looks like a little bit of a counter fire. Nuri is not going to go down without a fight.
And they're still pushing forward. Smell is moving in with a vehicle, and Smell gets knocked out! 2 versus 1, and totally double. Norris now getting tagged out by NBK, especially as he was revived. Here comes the flashes, tossed right on top of Norins. He's not leaving anything to chance, and Norins, defenseless, hiding behind a tree, tags are fired up. Though he finds another knock, it will still be in the hands of Unicorn Venom.
Well, I was hoping that it becomes a clutch there, then it will be an insane comeback story, because before this round started, Daytrade Gaming was at number 16. And, well, with this second place finish, I'm sure they would boost themselves up fairly highly. But anyway, Unicorn Venom takes home the chicken dinner. Again, this is still setting the record that so far in all our rounds is different teams getting chickens.
By far the closest match we have seen for today. And wow, it starts off explosive. We have the fights in third tier where E-Arena, despite on the numbers disadvantage, eventually overwhelms GEX. And then we got the battle between Attack All Around as well as TE that lasted for so long. And the Expendables eventually found that opening when AAA went directly inside the city, and we're just too curious.
Yeah, well, I guess that kind of happened, right? And a lot of these teams, like, they stood in the city like quite a bit, so a little bit of a surprise there. But one interesting fight was definitely this Gakka Mountain as well. One call held it for the longest time, but at the end of the day, because Zest was still alive behind it, they lasted longer than one call.
Yeah, and not only that, MITH, they have remained to be a little bit more of a thorn in the flesh for those that were on top of the mountain. And despite them having challenges coming in from Archangel Predator, we've seen how this one went on. As much as they have been able to deplete Q Confirm, eventually everybody else was just stopped by this man called Jacob.
Yeah, the man called Jacob indeed. I mean, look how messy this fight is, right? Jacob is still there, and Jacob got the last lap after that. He was the last man, pretty much the last man, the last team from the Gakka Mountain coming down. But after that, it was really, really difficult because like T5 has a compound, UV has a compound. So that area where coming down from the Gakka Mountain is all guarded by teams.
Yeah. When we thought that, hey, Purple Moon might be able to claw their way in, when they lost their vehicles, they were forced on the foot. You see great coordination from UV, and then that's where they ramp up their firepower to take this fight into the center. And the rest of the trade, we saw them taking those positions as well, which eventually had to give way after a couple of knocks went through. And then you saw that perfect coordination. Norins almost clutched it though, and that is probably the closest 4 versus 4 fight that we've seen all day.
Okay, so now we're going to give the regional record, right? 2 chicken dinners for Thailand, two chicken dinners for Vietnam. So Unicorn Venom is from Vietnam. So now it's still again these 2 regions showing their power, their strength inside of the PUBG tournament.
Yeah, and also looking at all these different teams, we see they all have their very own unique style of play overall, where by now we know the identity of T5 is to really play with the strength of numbers to be able to get that consistent result. Whereas when you look at UV, sure, they were picking up a lot more fights in these early rounds that they played through. This time, when they were to strike S4, you see them being so deadly. The coordination was beautiful.
Yeah, the coordination was definitely on point. I mean, the way they push, the way they open up as well, they know that they have numbers in their strength, and despite them knowing that the other opponent has a decent amount of people, but they're still confident enough to open up and coordinate really well on how to wrap things up. So that was I mean, these are the best 16 teams inside this tournament, so we can expect that they are all well coordinated, but it's just sometimes because they're all so good, they cancel out each other.
Yeah, I think end of the day, it's really down to some of all these individual prowess as well. We see brilliance coming in from players like Jacob, and then we saw that in Norins as well, and that can actually reap as much returns as it gets. And in this spectacle of the round, look at Unicorn Venom, 11 total frags inside of Angola, and I think this is a huge statement for a team that may have struggled in Miramar. This is their turf.
Yes, and Unicorn Venom, they are a LCQ team. So don't look down on the LCQ teams, ladies and gentlemen. They are here for a reason, and the only Vietnamese team at number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is from the Thai region. Then you see a Cerberus Esports there. But you kind of think about it, Archangel Predator. As far as I could recall, they are always on page number 1 in every match.
Yeah, overall, based on statistics as well, this is definitely a team that has been gelled together for so long, especially when you have veterans like Nan as well as LG and Bots to be the core members to still be playing inside the team. They know how exactly to really handle each respective phase, where we definitely seen them being able to draw even more heading into the late game, where we see the trades go through. They can pick 4v4s very, very well. The only time that we do see them actually losing out on trades is where more than 2 teams is involved.
Yeah, and that's good, but at least if you go out, you still manage to trade it back.
Yeah.
So you don't go out empty-handed. Speaking about going out empty-handed, no team in this round gets a 0. Everyone gets something out of this round. But this is where it all matters, right? The total leaderboard. So right now, T5 is still up there, and they have a 13-point gap as compared to Me in Thailand in number 2. So we can see them slightly pulling up, but 30-point difference, 1 round could still switch it. Attack all around, still without any placement points, but they get all their points from kill points.
Yeah, and fair enough to say, inside of this Angle round, they did not yield any form of points. So I can see where the struggle is at, where, of course, you're not going to get any placement points by bowing out early, but even the trades, not favoring them at all. And who does it really better from what I've been able to see is the Expendables. Look at that. 7 placement points, and where are they currently sitting? Number 4. So it's the same form of approach that the Expendables is going for, except that they just trade better.
Yeah, and they got more kill points, so that's how they total out the number. And the difference is not that far between them and even Me in Thailand in number 2, only 3 points difference and 16 points difference from the top spot. And we still have a lot more games to go. We got 21 more matches to go. So that number 1 spot, I believe it can still change.
Yeah, and at least for tonight, there's only 1 more map for these teams to worry about. And after that, they could basically take their rest, and tomorrow onwards they will focus on the 5 rounds. But from what we saw so far, the progression out of these many teams are starting to show, and of course, some teams will have certain bad days as well. So, of course, hoping to see that they will be able to get as much as they can on the final round of Erangel, and I think by then, things will look better for day 2.
Well, whether things will look better for some of these teams in the final round, let's find out later on. But that later on will be after this break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss out on all these actions. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Contra. This is the PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023 Summer. See you guys after this break.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and to establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Thank you for joining us here on the PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023 Summer. My name is Contra and this is Sir Cloud as we've been casting throughout the entirety of Day 1 and now to the final game of the evening before we approach Day 2. But so far, things have been looking great for some of all these teams, especially for T5 that has remained consistent for the past couple of rounds. Of course, thank you Crafted as well as everybody that's been supporting the PUBG esports ecosystem. And of course, going back into the past round, that was so explosive. We saw Day Trade going up against UV in such a great spectacle.
Yeah, UV. I mean, it was a good, well-coordinated chicken dinner, and they got a good spot as well. And they defended whenever teams wanted to crash in onto their compound. So looking good so far for UV. But then again, this is a marathon. PUBG is a marathon, so you gotta keep consistent throughout, and that's going to be the challenge for all the teams.
That's right, and we're looking at NGE already having, some of the players feeling a little bit more of an exhaustion, especially, it may feel like, hey, a round goes by so swiftly, but when you're in the game, when you're putting every single energy and focus, it can really sap you out. But of course, they should be up and ready after taking that 10 minutes break. So one final hurdle for the night to see whether if New Generation Esports can actually get even more return. They did yield quite a significant amount of points back in Arangle. Let's see if they can do it now against an on-form Day Trade Gaming.
I like how Day Trade Gaming, they all have the same hairstyle. Yeah, same color.
Same color. Coordination.
Coordination. Yeah, same color, same hairstyle. And they'll be looking to come back up because before the start of the previous Erangel, they were at number 16. And with the second place finish, it's at least a decent boost for them. It's just that right now, the team to beat is going to be Theaton 5 or T5. This team is currently at number 1 spot with a 13-point gap with number 2 with the second place team. So we'll see if they'll be able to hang on to it by the end of this round.
That's right. Final flight for the night here on Grand Finals Day 1. And ladies and gents, once again, if you guys are tuning in, go ahead and cheer on for your favorite team out there. This time around with the flight taking off on this southern corner of Sonoscom Island, it does give a lot more access for a couple of teams to move right in. And we're already seeing 4 teams, the Expendables, Archangel Predator, Purple Moon, as well as E36, to be within that southern shore.
This time we see 3 teams inside the military base island, but okay, this is going to be an early skirmish
Savior's
between
got nothing.
EA and GX. Okay, yeah, nothing.
Oh boy.
Oh no, against the M16.
And this being another iteration of what went on earlier, we'll continuously see E-Arena hoping to challenge the rest of GX, and just seeing what went on with Savior right there, he's still looking for a little bit more loot. He did pick up what I do believe is a barrel in hand, and for now, running into the shoreline and eventually getting himself into safety. Thankfully, he managed to get clipped off.
Okay, but they still run the risk though because they don't have much space to go. They're pretty much pushed onto the outside of Ferry Pier. And look who's waiting on the other side. We have KM99 as well. So pretty much we can say that GX is surrounded.
Yeah, they trade from the corners of Primos all the way into Quarry. They're also covering those grounds.
Okay, so with that, I don't know how they're going to get away from this. So it's going to be a bit hard for them. Looking over again at how their position is at. Okay, so this position with, considering that Fairy Pier is also within the circle, I guess it's going to be another standoff between these two teams, as per usual, as per how we normally predict it. If it's outside the circle, then yeah, they are forced to fight. But if not, I think they'll hold on for now.
Yeah, CC's got the rooftops for him to eventually get a little bit of angles off of these players of GEX. It's going to be on the lower end of Fairy Pier. And for now, GX will have to find a way to crack through this really offensive position that E Arena is having against them. As for Archangel Predator, already starting off with those early rotations to get into Phase 1. Zeraton 5, with the Roaring Engines, not going to be phased at all, as they will have a little bit more grounds to cover across the farm areas down south. So around the open plains here of Gatka, there's going to be a lot of room for all these teams to play around. As for T5, this is their usual playground, as they always walk around the sector. So consider them to have another smooth cruise for now.
Oh, okay, so the fight's happening here between Cerberus Esports and Archangel Predator. Shots fired out by Tycho. Tycho gets onto Alec, but Algebra trades it back with one. So it's going to be 1-1 between these two teams, at least for now.
Alex still surviving though, but I'm not sure if this is going to be the right place to actually get the pickup done. Molotov now being thrown right under where Tycon is meeting a little bit more of a challenge with only one bullet tacked on towards his body. But for the time being, Archangel Predator still under fire. Nan, next one to be tapped out, and it's Tycon yet again.
Okay, so Archangel Predator only left with Evil Patrick and Algebra unless he can pick up Nan. But Nan seems to be out in the open area, so I guess he's being used as a bait to a certain extent. But for Cerberus Esports, they cannot stay there too long because look at the amount of teams around them.
At this time, they are pushing for the head, and they know that Archangel Predator doesn't have the numbers to work with. But they have to tread lightly, though. The rest of Archangel Predator, despite them being a little bit far apart, Tycon, once he's getting picked off, there's not going to be all too much of a room for them to actually do all too much from Cerberus Esports. As you take a look at the angles, Cerberus coming in from 4 different angles to try to pin them out.
Okay, here we go, Cerberus Esports. They managed to arrive in this compound, but they lost Yimkut in the process, unfortunately. So, despite it being like phase 1, right, but we still see like messy fights all around. So, a lot of teams probably had the same mindset of like traveling through the same routes, and that just happens. But coming back to Fairy Pier, we can see on the mini screen that these two teams are just locked in as what we kind of expected.
Yeah, and I think the grand idea that these two teams have is to book the direct center of phase 1, which is why they actually went into this early fight, which we saw Archangel Predator was just hoping to pass through these corners. It was Yimka that unleashed this flurry of exchanges, and eventually they were on the receiving end instead with Typhon's flank. Meanwhile, with Enter Forest being so far away, I think this is a sensible idea where they're going for the emergency pickup. Is driving past those bridges on the Sonoska Island will be deadly. So let's see, where did they land though? Starlord and the rest of the team have ample of options available.
Yeah, this is where the meta kind of changes, right? Like normally we will see like the bridges in Military Base Island will always be the choke points. There will be teams there, but because of the emergency pickup, it's not going to be an issue anymore. So that is one example. There will be tons of examples as we go along as well. So yeah, I guess that really changes a lot of how the teams would want to park themselves, and especially like Purple Mood Esports. But because Thunder is all alone here, I don't think he wants to reveal himself too much.
Yeah, at least knowing that there is a few teams that will be on to a certain quarter over onto the west side is gonna further prep themselves ahead on how they approach the situation later on. There is no need for those points for Purple Mood. They're not usually the provokers in the early phase of the game. As for attack all around, it's an absolute different story. Whatever they sense, they will just unleash bullets to give a little bit more of a pressure. And usually a certain different region would actually do exactly the same. The moment that you see a team unleash that pressure, see how do they really respond to all these actions that's being drawn against them. And if you have managed to draw enough, whether if they end up picking a fight, you have the advantage first and foremost. Or even if they trail off, maybe the vehicles will be damaged a little bit.
Yeah, so that's the thing that kind of trade, right? But speaking about trading, MITH looks like Rogue is down, but not sure if Exquisite can actually trade it back. Backups coming in on the way for Purple Mood Esports, and we can see that Barbo is opening up the flanks on the right. They want to secure this kill and probably get more out of this fight.
Yeah, Purple Mood is just having Fluky to be having a little bit more of a drive-by. He spots out one member off, and Rogue will be pinned off. Borboats will be able to drop that nade right through the front, but Exquisite is getting a little bit more of that pressure. And Tanawat, look at that huge wraparound. And Purple Mood, they have ideas on how to take this one forward. Exquisite just couldn't really seek out Thunders.
Oh, that is it. Purple Moon Esports, they are definitely in the mood now to get more kills. Try those long-range shots onto the vehicle, but Dunkmans is down. Oh, Dunkmans. He went out his vehicle, up on his feet, tries to counter fire the Thunders. Thunders goes down now. Looks like they want more, but it's going to be 2v2.
And Jacob, he lands directly in front of two members of Purple Moon, and they turn it all around. Jacob knocks him down, and this is where main talent came so close, but Purple Moon with their final member, Fluky, closes it out against the brethren from MITH.
Well, it just shows that no one is safe, right? Despite you getting a chicken dinner, doesn't mean that you're going to go all the way. But now one call is going all the way to secure this kill, going into the compound. Looks like Tycon makes it about to Chibirin. Can Chibirin get another one? And Chibirin goes down. Tycon is the one to take him out, but Tycon be counterfired upon by Shimoy, and Shimoy will be the one to finish out Tycon.
So many of all these engages in this early game. It's only phase 1. And look at that. There's casualties on at least 5 teams. And some of them are still in the midst of battle. Speaking of which, another one picked up by Q Confirm as Sylvia is the first one to be taken out from E36. And that's happening all across the fields of Gatka.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams, maybe they want the center of Gatka. That's why we see a lot of fights happening. Q Confirm as well has NGE up on top of this hill. So it looks like something they need to deal with. At the same time, E36 is on the other side, so they're kind of surrounded with at least 2 other teams.
Yeah, it really feels like we're already by phase 5 at the moment because there's so little coverage when it comes down to how Gatka as a terrain is for most part, where a lot of all these angles are opened up and you see all these exchanges, whether it's close quarter to wrap up very, very quickly because all these small shacks doesn't really provide as much cover.
Yeah, and that's where Q Confirm immediately lets go of that area and moves on to another. Hopefully they'll be able to arrive safely considering there are only 2 players left. And now between E36 and NGE, both of these teams, I believe they're on the outside of the circle still.
True enough, and I guess there's not really much of a rush for some of all these teams. They could play it as slow as they want to. They trade gaming. Now, in the middle of it all, got to make very firm decisions. Meanwhile, as much as QC has only got one memory, mine Star-Lord, and Enter Force is the one that is taken out instead.
Oh, Vanguard, beautiful shot there onto Deva, taking him out. And now, look at the circle again. Fairy Pier is right smack in the middle of it, but this time around, GX is the only one inside of Fairy Pier. EA has moved up to the high ground, and I think that's a better location as compared to being inside of Fairy Pier itself, because the high ground gives you a lot of information about what's happening around you.
True enough, and I'm really surprised that E-Arena as well as GEX did not continue to fight, where we saw GX were also pinned out on some of all these positions, but GEX, this was also their home ground that they've been playing across, so they've given enough respect. E-Arena was happy to oblige and say, hey, we'll trade with you. We'll take Quarry instead. Now, these two teams do have a lot of all these areas of play that can benefit them into the late game so long as they hold out. But E-Arena, as much as that position is pure, that's also a point where many teams like to contest. So Irina needs to be ready for that.
Okay, Leon's, is he ready for this? Because he's the last man for Q Confirm. Right now, Leon's just traveling across a couple of other teams, praying that he will survive this, but now he's in a decently open area. Good shot at by Haisaki from afar. The shots do not land yet. Probably thanks to his vehicle as well, being fully covered. But now Leon's has to get out of his vehicle. The vehicle is currently smoked up, and Leon's finds a small shack.
Oh man, if he can hide in the ditch, he will for now, but the shack is more than enough. But hopefully, Haisaki does not push through, but I won't say the same about Zed. He's got a plethora of options available. He's driving up the hill to regroup with the rest of GE, and GE wants Fairy Pier, and this is where they have to contest with the rest of Global Esports at set.
Okay, let's see if they really want to push it in at this point, because Cerberus is very big for them to reinforce this fight. On the other side, we have Zest. Daytrade Gaming Flash steals it away, and Zest will be taken out. So that's going to be another point for Daytrade Gaming, who's on the rise now.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports, they started off today with a high note, really clinching in a chicken dinner of their own and plenty of frags to go along with. But later today, a lot of their efforts didn't really give them as much as they would like to, especially now that they are battling into the middle of the zone, but they are only hiding inside the shack, so they can only draw as much as attention as required, but I'm not certain if they could basically hold into the late stage of the game, where majority of the teams now being around this field of Gatka, where it's just an absolute shooting range. But other than that, of course, there is gonna be a bird's eye view for Top 5 and Rossitet. Trying to nail them down from afar, and that's where Cerberus Esports gets this huge gate crash party landed right in by Purple Moon.
You know what, to a certain extent it feels like Cerberus Esports, since they got the chicken dinner, the following rounds have been quite
disastrous?
Yeah, underwhelming, I must say, for Cerberus Esports. So right now, because of that, they are at least in the current charge at number 7, and other teams below them can still catch up onto them.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to actually see the trajectory of certain teams overall. Cerberus, we know them to be really feisty 4v4 battlers, but when you pit them right in the middle of an open field, sometimes they are left defenseless. And I guess like by then, it's really on how some of this decision making could actually be done a little bit better, and you could already see the bodies on the ground from the rest of Cerberus Esports. Purple Mood taken over control of the shack and built a fortress with all those vehicles that they've already had parked around, so it eventually becomes a lot more fortified as compared to what Cerberus Esports have set up before.
Yeah, Purple Moon Esports. I'm still kind of impressed with the fact that they have a lot of firepower still, bringing it on from last week's group and also the LCQ stages. And right now they are the kill leader with 5 kills, and well, they were the ones who take out MITH early on, one of the powerhouses team so far, the second place team in fact. And now for Genius Esports, looks like we have Cloris moving towards EA though, but not sure if he knows that someone's there.
I think like they're already checking up ahead, getting these flashes prepared. Cloris propels forward, but only has 14 health to work with right now. Yuta gets tagged up, so the advances coming from Cloris will not yield any returns. And that's just 2 members being shut out very swiftly so by Irina.
There you go. Larix will be happy to get those kills for E-Arena. So it's going to be 2 kills for E-Arena, leaving Sir T all alone for Genius Esports. But now he has GX to deal with, and 1v4, it's, well, we all know the result.
Yeah, this is just pretty brutal on how they've actually crashed out the game, and because of GEX and E-Arena's positioning, they were forced into this form of choke point when they drive past the driveway, and I guess eventually somebody's got to give, and right now GEX will have different challenges of their own because that circle did not end up in Fair Pier. Eventually, both EA will also have to move up into the circle, and we're bound to see these two teams collide yet again. But now also joined by the Expendables.
And this is where EA played it smart, right? Like they let go of Fairy Pier, they go up to the high ground just on top of Fairy Pier, and when the circle shifts to this kind of circle, then they can kind of gatekeep GX from coming in. So the blue will push GX first, and when GX shows itself, it's going to be 3 points for EA, who's just waiting for them. And in my thought process is that they would have thought of this like a few steps ahead. That's why they're there.
Indeed, and eventually yielded them turns by the 16-minute mark. Now we're seeing a little bit more challenges up ahead against one call where MBK has managed to take out Chibirit. Both teams looking for a spot into the circle here by the corners of phase 4. Jaxi trying to hold them out. Zapao goes 1-1. And damage being done, and Jaxi nails him to the ground.
There you go, Zapao taken out by Jaxi from the lower ground, and disadvantage for one call to get into the circle. Look at the rest of the members of one call. They take advantage, and right now they're in front of UV.
Still he gets a little bit of vision, but shots being fired sharp from Shimoy. And he's already bleeding out on his own. And UV, as much as they got that chicken dinner, they're falling like flies. Jaxi hunting it out, but Jaxi gets knocked.
Oh, that was a close one there. Jaxi almost got it, but we got Chimoy still coming in from behind. Chimoy, can he arrive in time? And it's going to be the nade coming in from Trick to take down MBK. And that is it for UV.
Wow. One call esports, just look at their prowess inside of Angle. For 2 rounds in a row, we've seen so much out of this team of Indonesia. Now the redeployment have just set right in and straight into the crosshairs of NGE and GEX. They may have escaped the wrath of E-Arena, but now into another Tiger's Den.
New generation esports. Still kind of spread out. So they got multiple angles to work with. Wenger taking one of the shacks here. He has a vehicle right in front of him. Still can be used for the later stage of the game if needed. But for the rest of GX, they somehow managed to get into the circle.
Yeah, and of course it came with the cost of Leo as well. The moment that Leo docks first, they know that this area is not going to be safe, and therefore the rest of GX decides to go into the nearest shack, and that actually sets them up perfectly into the middle somewhat. So that's a good take. And also for the fact that Leo popped a couple of all these smokes into the opponent's NGE, that denies a little bit more of that pressure off. Jaxi tries to dance it off, 13 HP, and Flash, he's also pretty low. Both sides needing to reset.
Oh, that was a close one there for Jaxi. Flash moves into the circle. Daytrade Gaming, quite spread out though, but it looks like they have the strategy of like, okay, we try to get as big of a perimeter as possible, but they have one call to deal with behind, and obviously Purple Moon Esports in front of them, so they need to clear the ones behind first. That should be a priority.
Oh boy, lots of names here on the board. Q confirmed, lasting all along, but Leon Q will eventually bow out. T5 finding at least one in return, but needing to actually get some exchanges done against E-Arena, who's still on that quarry forest that we've last seen them, where as much as there is a little bit more of that zone control, it will require E-Arena to also look for the spots heading into phase 6, but that's the least of their concern for now. Now, long-range shots being fired from all across, and we're seeing one call being the bigger benefactors, where they were just farming those numbers from those high elevated hills.
Here we go. I think most of the teams should be in the circle by now, so it's more of like holding their ground. And the fact that Jaka Field is an open area, long range coming for Jaxi, almost taking out Flash, Jaxi, Flash still resetting himself though. He needs to do this quickly as Jaxi is getting closer and closer.
Jaxi now prone on the ground, hoping to surprise Flash, whereas he's being distracted by all the other members of One Call Esports. Daytrade Gaming having Flash to rely on. He's got a AUG in the hand. Meanwhile, exchanges coming in from KM as well as Van that will annihilate members from NGE. Now, Jaxi reveals himself, but the damage is still being done. Flash takes him out.
Jaxi missed, and Flash took advantage of that. And Jaxi will be eliminated by Flash. There's going to be another point for Daytrade Gaming. Daytrade Gaming now has Belmoth overlooking Purple Moon Esports, who's in the shack. If only if only he can pull off a nade that can reach into the shack, that will be one nade to rule the entire Purple Mood Esports.
Yeah, that is a really difficult position to be at for Purple Mood if there were ever to be any form of defense to be primed right in. But thankfully, there isn't any coming in their way, and they've already built that fortress right outside. It's pretty hard to penetrate, even if there were to be members to be running directly into that location. AAA, the last we saw of them was very early on, and Skirt makes himself known by taking one more member off of one call. And now as we zoom right in, GEX, Purple Mood, as well as T5 has the leverage of the circle right directly at the center. And we're trying to see how TE Arena is going to approach this, because they are a little further out. Arena, as much as they are a few steps away, there is a little bit of pressure coming in from Day Trade as well.
Okay, here we go. Day Trade Gaming. They're still quite spread out though. Now the circle has shrunk. Purple Moon Esports is still pretty much in the center of it, but it's only that one little shack. If one team can come in, tosses a nade inside, that's it. One call is starting to make that move as well. They're trying to stop Day Trade Gaming from coming in. The Day Trade Gaming, oh man, pretty much you can say that they must win the fight against one call after this.
Yeah, one call have dropped too many members on their own pursuit, and this is where things get a little bit more challenging for the Indonesians. Turftown 5 now having only the UAZ to actually work with, as well as the Shack. Rositet hoping to land one more blow upon E-Arena as the rest of these members are driving right by. He's got a primal grenade as the rest of E-Arena have chose to stop right into the middle of nowhere. And Rositet does connect the nade onto KM99.
Oh, KM99 knocked down, and now Jankutu off, looking for more. Double knockdown, and that eliminates the entire one call.
2 taps was all it takes, and it both connects onto one call, and that closes it out for the Indonesians. Top 8 finish, but ONC, they've already got the highest frags thus far.
Okay, here we go. Now AAA is in the house going up against Day Trade Gaming. Balmov is right in front of the crosshair of Skirt, but he doesn't keep focus onto there. Still aware of his surroundings, and AAA, they are in the circle, but on the other side, we have T5 going up against another opponent from TE.
Rositet having some little help to work with. Those random grenades are really chunking out his health bars, whereas T5, they're stuck in this corner, and the Expendables unleashing wrath upon them, and Day Trade, they got those members of E-Arena down at 7, whereas the Expendables hoping to actually seek the rest of T5 out. Rositet still goes in for an exchange, finds Delwyn in return.
Okay, here we go. The fight's happening here. The Expendables going up against T5. Rositet coming out of his shack. Just right by the smoke. Stop his vision. If only he knew earlier.
And he couldn't really seek it right through. Tasawat is just going to be camping right inside. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 1 between these two. Duck Hughes, he's got so little to work with, and now the pushes are out. Duck Hughes, he's got to find a way to end this streak. 6 HP left, and he's still dancing on his feet. Hasawa with the AUG. He does not really find a blow just yet. And now in the middle of the open, he will eventually challenge, and the Expendables are out.
Oh, that was a close one there for Hasawa. He missed the first shot. Luckily, the second shot did connect. And now Purple Moon Esports sieged down by Day Trade Gaming. Day Trade Gaming getting closer and closer. But right now we can see that Belmont, he doesn't have a nade. If only he has that one nade.
And right now, resources are low. 1 first aid kit and 8 bandages is all that Belmont has in the tank. Whereas Fluky, he's got a lot of resources. If anyone pushes through, look at that tree Molotov that he could basically throw out. So this could actually be a bait. But Belmont, he found a nade on the ground. This could be devastating. Purple Moon's got to get out, but that nade did not get right into the window.
It bounced off, unfortunately. But fortunately for Purple Moon Esports, of course, Day Trade Gaming now Puchiris is now being shot at from multiple angles. Belmont will be naded back down by Thunders. Looks like it's a nade for nade.
And this is just a stronghold for Purple Moon. As much as Fluky is just baiting them out, they trade, they got shot out, and Fluky lands it all through that split-second window.
T5 now on the outside of the circle will need to come in, but they're all on foot. No vehicles for T5. Hasawat from the outside of the circle. He sees TEX. Shots fired out by Hasawa with the SLR, but he chooses to move and prioritizing the circle instead.
So much spacing coming in from T5, and they just blow them all out, Rositet! And it's got 1 cooking up.
That is the name. That is the name that is needed to take out the entire Purple Mood Esports. And it came from T5 with 9 kills so far on their name. And now with this shack, well, it's a good place to chill for now, but the numbers still favor AAA.
And AAA, this is the furthest they've gone here in day one, where we were saying they have never prioritized positioning points. They've never really found those rank and always bowing out early, taking out fights after fights. This is where it's their time to shine. If they need to fight, this is their playground right now, and they're already taking at least 40% of the sector. They could just keep their eye out for the rest of GEX as well as T5. But today, it has been T5's day. How many times we see them in the top 4, top 5 position, and mainly landing them at the very least a second to place finish.
Oh, yes. Let's see. Because we got still 3 teams. Let's hold our horses. For who might get the chicken dinner? We might get a surprise from T5. We won't know just yet. Because right now the circle is in the middle of all these teams. But anyway, AAA, they still have the man advantage. And that's going to be huge.
True enough. And GEX, they have gone so close to the chicken dinner early on. Back in what I believe to be Tego, where they were in top 3 or top 2. And this is probably one of their best chances here to at least claw their way up into the standings. The last we checked, coming in from the side of GEX, they were in 10th position. And with just one full swing, even if they do end up in second place, they should be able to climb into a top 7 at the very least.
Okay, yes. It should be good for them. But even better for T5 because right now, all the other closer competitions to them have been eliminated. They can pull away in terms of overall points.
And on top of that, look at them go. Already having 9 eliminations here in this map of Erangel to close off the night. And of course, there's more to be added to the board by the end of this round. T5, they just knew how to get into the final zone by hook or by crook. And now, I guess it's just a little bit of a standstill, mostly not done in the hands of Savior. Unleashes a bullet onto Excaluzia. That draws a little bit more of a signal warning, but that's all that they can get. And speaking of which, Hatsuwa, he finds Excaluzia instead. So GX, they gotta find a way to quickly snatch that one, and Savior does the trick.
Oh, there you go. AAA falling apart now. The long range coming in from Savior. Beautiful. Up chin now, they're starting to move in as well. GX, they're on the other side. T5, they don't want to butt in just yet because they know they don't have the numbers advantage. They are having the least numbers of manpower for now, but Rosita wants to take the preemptive strike, tosses out a utility on the other side. Can he secure anything? But Rosita counterfired by Skirt.
And it's only down to Hasawat as well. T5, they don't really have much time to rescue Rositet for now. GEX, they see this as a grand opportunity for them to secure the chicken dinner, especially now with the pressure of the zone closing against attack all around. There is a flash available, and it seems like it's being tossed towards the side of T5. No more grenades, though, so they will have to manually push this one ahead, and I believe that might just be Nate that they're looking out for. Rossington did get that picked up, but he's still under threat.
Yeah, looks like a GX having good control of the situation at this moment. But let's see what might happen as Rosita goes down. And here we have it, T5 down to last man.
And they're calling up ahead, and Savior finds him! And he also gets the angle, he gets double! Is it gonna be it? And yes, it will! Global Esports exit closes off the final chicken dinner in Erangel.
Well, the page 2 team getting up onto page 1 after this chicken dinner. And again, it's a different team getting the chicken dinner, but this time around, it's neither from Vietnam or Thailand. It's going to be GEX getting it on the board for them. Feeling pretty good to end the night with a chicken dinner.
All smiles for the boys that have worked so hard for the past 5 rounds, and GEX, we saw some of the struggles in these early rounds, especially in Miramar, and then you see them getting more and more in return ever since Tego. And GEX, the way that they've been able to proactively hunt out, and in the early game, we have expected them to go gun blazing against Irinen. They took the slow approach, and we saw them taking that emergency pickup to get into the field of Gatka.
Yeah, they travel quite a distance, right? And you kind of think about it, that is where the meta really changes. If you have an emergency pickup, it really changes the game. I think out of all the changes that has been implemented, really, the emergency pickup
It's a game changer.
Yeah, is the biggest game changer of all.
Yeah, and I absolutely love that it's now in the esports circuit, and with that, there's just a plethora of options for you to move around the map. And with that being said, it did come in with a little bit of casualty because they lost Leo by approaching with the emergency pickup. Once they did dock, they lose that one. But look at how firmly they've held onto that position for the most part. And then the other team that really popped off, at least on the early half, was one call from Indonesia, where we see many of these fights both won on top of this hill.
Yes, this hill really was a bloodbath. I mean, just look at the amount of teams on the minimap. At this point, we got like, what, 4 teams trying to get onto that hill. And it's not because they want that hill, it's because they want to get access into Gaga. And that's pretty much, at this point, especially most of these teams that we saw, they were on foot. So they can't make those long rotations down south or north of the circle. They have to fight with each other to get in. And the moment they get in, well, other teams are waiting for them.
Yeah, and Puriton 5, they were absolutely outnumbered by the top 3 scenario, but look at how well they've been able to hold their own for most part, especially in these close quarters where some fights look quite unwinnable, but they've held on for so long. Even against teams like Purple Mood that have been fairly consistent even in the past round of Angle, and then you have Savior. This was the flank of the century.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This flank, 2 knockdowns, 3 knockdowns, and chicken dinner in the bag. He is living up by his name. He is the savior of the team.
Yeah, and not only a savior, but the biggest hero of the night, where not many players have got such a grand opportunity. I'm just really surprised that he's managed to crawl so closely to one of those members that we saw, and eventually he just unleashed havoc upon them to really stop and deny that golden opportunity. I'm just left out of words on how beautifully executed that was.
Yeah, that one knockdown, he flicked it to the left, gets another one, and just moves his cursor a little bit to the right, gets the third one, and the rest is history. I mean, everything was just on point. All his shots had to be on point. If he misses those shots, they would counter on him, he would get knocked. So he couldn't miss that time, and everything was done with precision.
Yeah, and that's what we love to see out of all the best PUBG players across Asia. And this is where you guys also get the chance to also register for the upcoming tournaments as well. So if you guys have the dream of becoming one, you guys can definitely head over to the website to find out a lot more on how you can get your full squad to get more of these dinners and a big chunk of the prize pool if you guys have what it takes to earn it.
Yeah, it's going to be PGS Season 2, and the Open Qualifiers is happening very, very soon, but the registration is up until end of this month. So you want the link, head on to PUBG Battlegrounds social media, you get the link there. But here we have it, the match table. Oh, we got 2 teams with 15 points.
Well, Tirathon 5, despite bowing out on 3rd place, last we saw them really raking up a truckload of numbers with them, securing 10 kill points instead. So it's kind of like a switcheroo of, a chicken dinner or kill points between them as well as GEX.
Yeah, and actually, if I kind of look at it, right, like we got 4 teams with double digit. I think this is the most number of teams with a double digit so far in our day. While on the other end, it's because a lot of points went up. Look at the page 2 team points. At most, it's 3 points. Then you got 2 points. Then you got 1 point. And obviously, you got 0 points with Genius Esports. It's because all the points have been pulled up. I am impressed with Day Trade Gaming, I think at least for the last 2 rounds, because they're starting to find a consistency and they're coming back up from that number 16 the 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, and for me, I really have put my attention onto one call. Remember how they battled through the first round of Erangel being on top of that hill? They've also racked up quite a number, and once again, in Erangel, they're really showing that this is one of the best maps possible. So by tomorrow, if they have got it all figured out, a chicken dinner could be lying in wait perhaps, but when we add everything together, nothing tops Tirathon 5.
Yeah, 23-point gap, that's about an average of about 1 round-ish, 1.5 rounds-ish for of a gap for T5, currently at number 1. The most kill points is theirs, the most placement points as well. Basically, they are now perfect all around. If you look at the page number 1 as well, the Expendables still sticking to their method of playing this game is that placement points secondary. Let's go for kill points entirely, and they're coming in second. The second most kill points as compared to all the other teams.
Yeah, and looking at their current position as well, it's also very impressive that despite certain rounds of them bowing out early, like the recent map that has just concluded, Purple Moon Esports, you see them being consistent, and the Expendables is just 1 point shy of that second spot. And then you have Made in Thailand came in hot on the first 3 rounds, or should I say second round onwards, and then a little bit more of that dip of performance only on the later stages of the game. But I think they've made the best out of it, and with one chicken dinner is send Global Esports exit from that second page all the way to 5th.
Well, the team is only a single digit. Enter Force 36, unfortunately only 9 points. So they have not broken that just yet. But I believe we will get to see that tomorrow. Pretty sure they will be able to get that point to get a double digit. But of course, before we move further forward, we gotta give highlight to T5 right now. The team at the number 1 spot with a 23-point gap.
Yeah, overall, I think it's just a perfect formula of brains as well as bronze on how this team is basically playing the game, where for most part, you don't really see T5 being all too active for the first 4 phases, and then they've just crawled their way into the most favorable position. They just knew how exactly to work their way into those zones that actually gives them a lot more benefit for an in-game scenario, and that's where from phase 5 onwards, you see them picking numbers after numbers without needing to really draw too much attention to themselves.
And they are a last chance qualifier team. And so far, at least for day number 1, so far they are at number 1 spot. Last chance qualifier, they were at second place finish. Actually, they were at number 1 for most of the rounds in the last chance qualifiers, but at some point NGE overtook them, but it doesn't matter at that point, right? Right now they are still showing that why they deserve to be in the grand finals, going up against all the other giants who directly qualified from the group stages. So T5 looking really good, and their individual players as well. Individually, they're solid.
Yeah, and overall, when you take a look at this T5 squad, majorly consisting of younger players compared to most of the pool of the Thai squad out there, where these guys are the absolute prodigies that have been able to show up for the nation of Thailand.
Yeah, well, again, it's when we talk about PUBG, right? It's always Thailand. Thailand is one of the stronger regions. Same goes for Vietnam as well. And right now, well, representing the Thai region is T5, and they're showing that they are consistent enough to be up there. So looking good so far for T5, despite them having to play the last chance qualifiers. But sometimes you think about it, playing last chance qualifiers, it also allows you to adapt more to the game and the teams around you. So maybe they took that as their advantage.
Yeah, and that it goes to show that they have greater understanding of the level of competition that they're going up against. And of course, the MVP of the day has to be Fluky, because this man that has been playing for the past 5 rounds have always consistently have his name show up on the kill feed for good reasons. On the one dealing most of the damage, as you see, on an average round, he does 2.75, and of course, 14 kills is definitely a good record, and that's basically like what, at the very least, 3 kills per round.
Yeah, almost thereabouts, right? So, as an individual player, I mean, he has been showing up as well. Early on, we saw him clutching out and getting a lot of eliminations for himself as well, and obviously that feeds onto Purple Moon Esports. And Purple Moon Esports, overall as a team, they have a lot of firepower, like what we've seen last week as well. So, individual players like him is one of the driving forces for Purple Moon Esports firepower. In fact, they eliminated MITH before, right? And that was an amazing showing for them to eliminate a team who just got a chicken dinner.
That's right, and that was just the recent round of Erangel, where these two teams took it all, and Fluky have shown that when it comes to moments that matter, he can actually pull off huge clutches. And not only that, we've seen grand ideas. He's the one going for the flanks. He's the one that really sets the team up. And this man is just built absolutely different. We want to see a lot more coming in from Pubg. And of course, all the other teams that are on board that have been able to really give us such a good show here in day one.
Yes, and speaking about day one, our day one has ended, ladies and gentlemen, but we have 4 more days to go, 20 more maps before we crown the champions. Can G5 still maintain on the top, or can teams from page number 2 rise up to the occasion and catch up to the number 1 spot instead? That is it for us, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to tune in again tomorrow, same time, same channel, wherever you're watching this. Thank you so much for watching with us. That will be all for us at the Caster Desk. My name is Sir Cloud. Together with the wonderful Contra, we'll be seeing you again in the future. Bye!